Good morning, everybody. What is up? It's ya boy, the one, the only. Just kidding, it's only Ornlu. Alright, guys. We've got some important things to do today. Namely, this One Piece logic puzzle that I forgot to save yesterday. But I want to finish it, darn it. I love these logic puzzles. I'm so bad at them, but I love them. Alright, Zoro is over here. Kuma is E6. Oh, yeah. So this is Sabo, Ace, Dragon, Whitebeard, Momonosuke, Momonosuke. There we go. Kaido, Roger. Odin. Rayleigh. Remember Sanji was over here. I think I only got around this far. It takes a while to get the day going here. Yeah, okay, so there are 5 supernovas. Luffy and Zoro are 2 of them. Law and Kid are 2 more, and then Bonnie has to be the last one, because one of the rows is only woman. And they're both in columns A or B. Maggie Vertze with the 17 months, thank you so much. Oh yeah, Kinemon's here. Alright, now we're stuck. This is where I got yesterday. But no, I don't want frickin' AI marketing. Hello, Marmalade. Homework? Nah, just a logic puzzle from One Piece. Much anime? That's okay. Nope. Got a life? I have neither. Well, the thing with One Piece is that I watched it over the course of most of my life. Or half my life. So it's not like I binged all of it all at once. Go away. I'm the only one in my row that wasn't a former Warlord of the Sea. So this has to be the row that's only women. Also, this has to be Jinbei then. All 10 members of the Straw Hat crew are part of this quiz. Yep, that has to be Bonnie. Still haven't started the drafts yet, guys. Has to be Big Mom. Wait, one of these has to be Shanks. Where does it say Shanks? I am indeed live. Also, two of these three are Law and Kid. Yeah, Shanks and Buggy are in the same row. A3 Nami. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yep. Who? This has to be Usopp, right? Usopp's the only other one that doesn't have a devil fruit. Not your frickin' ad. Waiting for it. They still haven't even started the drafts yet, guys, so don't you worry. Ugh. Uh, Losing my mind. Person to your right is part of the Straw Hat crew. So this has to be Robin. For reference? Yeah, except I keep on not thinking I'm screwing up. That's my problem, is I'm always screwing up. Hello, hello, everybody. We're just waiting for them to do their draft. Lots of water. Lots of glub glub water. That'll make MBL thrilled. No, Koala is adjacent to Robin, but I feel like, okay, so Buggy and Shanks are in the same row, and Crocodile Doflamingo... Oh yeah, this one's Perona. I forgot. Aren't adjacent? They consider diagonals adjacent here, even though it is not technically correct. I mean, they're still not starting Malvadre. What do you want me to do? So this cannot be... Crocodile... Like, one of these two is Shanks. Worded letter? Absolutely. Oh yeah, who's the other Straw Hat that doesn't have a Devil Fruit? Luffy, Zoro, Nami. Not Usopp, apparently. Sanji. Chopper, Devil Fruit. Robin, Devil Fruit. Oh, Frankie. Pervert, who's calling you that? Isn't that only Robin? That's useless, man. Only one. Yeah, they definitely are. Also, two of these three are Law and Kid. Shanks has to be on a diagonal here. So he's either in B5 or C4 because he's in a diagonal with the other warlords or emperors. Hey, they're doing the draft finally. Koala can't be here. Oh wait, this has to be Koala, right? Because everybody here except Prone is a warlord. I better watch out for her. So there's a female marine. Tashigi, I guess? I feel like I'm not getting the Frankie clue. Hey, they did the Civ draft finally. Now they just need to get in the lobby. Are all in the same column. Well, we don't know where any of those three are. I mean, they're not here, but we knew that they weren't here because of the women anyway. Yeah, Whitebeard's in the top right corner. Usually, I do not know, unfortunately. But yeah, this column can't have Buggy. Right? Yeah, because this two of these have to be Law and Kid. And if Buggy isn't in the same row as Shank, or Buggy's in the same row as Shanks. But then it could be Shanks here, Buggy here. But I'm the only one that wasn't a former Warlord of the Sea, so this... Okay, hold on. Just in case I screw up. If everyone here was a former Warlord of the Sea, then that means if Shanks is here... Shanks can't be here, because was never a Warlord, so this has to be Shanks. Yes. I'm adjacent to exactly 2 swordsmen. Alright. So Buggy is one of these two. Still not in the lobby. Coffee. I don't know if that was an intentional typo or not, Robsy, but it works out very well. No females? Yeah, there are no females here for that carrot could go. Carrot could also go here, and carrot could also go here. Also, one of these is law, and one of these is kid. Wait, law was a warlord. I don't think kid was. Yep. There we go. Yeah, that's not me. No doctors are adjacent to you. Okay, so not Chopper. I'm adjacent to that idiot made of metal? The idiot made of metal. Mr. One? Oh, yeah, I guess. C-3PO? Oh my goodness, we're in the lobby, guys. It's so exciting. Gradle? Who's Gradle? Dragon? Yeah, yeah, Kaido and Momonosuke both turn into dragons. Yeah, we got them. So... Buggy is one of these two. Obscura, I guess my lore doesn't run that deep. Oh, sorry, no, Buggy's one of these two. My bad. Oh, is that idiot made of metal is probably Frankie. So... Okay. Alrighty, guys. It's almost 25 past the hour, but you know what? We got there eventually. That is all that matters. We can now enjoy a lovely Sunday. Happy Mother's Day. Alright, guys, we'll have ACCM in the Cyan as the Uwu. Here to the northwest and to the southeast in the Rouge. As the Huns, it will be MBL. Alrighty. So, gonna be starting here on Crossroads. Pretty normal hybrid map. We'll have to see if either player is going to focus heavily on the water. You'd think that if anything, MBL would not try and do so. ACCM, though, with the Woo, going to be very well equipped to go for an early dock. I feel like I get Woo all the time. I don't get the other 2-3k saves, but I random Woo like 3 times in the last couple weeks. Kind of boring? I mean, it's a map. You know, it's a map. It does map things. Mappily. If it could be compared to any animation studio, it would be Mappa. But as you can see, early dock here from ACCM. That's going to give him a little bit of extra food to help sustain his build production. Then he can also go for the early fishing ship. And also go for the... There we go. And he also built the house faster. Really, really smooth early game on a hybrid map here. Gonna get Utah off to a nice start. MBL is also docking the same side. Oh, you know what this map reminds me of, guys? This map reminds me in terms of overall design of Rooster. The sheer blockiness of it. It's very Rooster-esque. Yeah, Hunnic houses. DTL Finals? Oh, did you crush it? Did you crush it? Huns? Yeah, usually we see Wei instead of Huns, but Huns still a little bit better probably on hybrid maps. It did? There you go. There she blows. Who won my group? I wanted to cast the finals. Oh, T West wanted to co-cast. Whoops. Missed that. Still want to co-cast? Don't mind me, guys. Out here ruining AoE 2 again. Oh, Nuclear Pasta won. Wow, a lot of very close series, too. It's a continuum. Here, I'll message T-West. He's probably actually casting right now.
Now, you gotta be careful with your straggler trees, because you only get 5 around the TC and then another group of 5. I feel like this group is more of a troll than anything.
Sorry, missed your message.
You've already wasted 1 of them, and you're only getting 4 wood total. Oh yes, Ornlu, you missed the message. I forgot I messaged you. Yes, let's co-cast. I'll call you.
All right.
Okay.
All right. We'll get the T-Wester on here.
And y'all need to tell me if you hear him.
Hello.
Hello, hold on. I don't think Discord hears you. Say hello again.
Hello again.
Okay, just now, do you hear Ornlu? No, not Discord. Chat. Twitch chat. I hope you don't hear Ornlu. I'm gonna knock on your chat.
All right. You got the jump on me.
All right. I knocked and you weren't there.
Oh, are you the one who knocks?
I'm the one who rings the doorbell.
Oh. I think it would be way
Or
more
the
funny if
jokes.
Walter White said that instead. I'm the one who rings the doorbell.
Yeah.
All right.
Ornlu is the one for whom the bell tolls.
Exactly. Oh, now we're getting all lit literature class in here. All right, guys. Tower coming in, though. ACCM is coming forward. MBL trying to defend. He's got 2 docks here. No hulks or fire ships yet. But right now, MBL very much on the defense.
All right. Are the chats combined?
Yeah, I just realized.
You need to join the knock.
I did join the knock. Thought I did.
You're not there.
All right, let me try doing it. Why is this so buggy?
I don't know. This should not be this difficult. Wait, let me try again. This should not be this difficult. Oh, Tower Rush. Yeah, so Tower versus Tower. Men-at-Arms for ACCM. He killed the Loomlessville earlier, and we're still not combined. No.
I knocked.
You knocked?
I'm the one who knocks.
Anywhere. Ornlu's knocking now. Ornlu wants to collaborate. Click to accept. Oh gosh, this is not a pop-up window. Allow. Join the call.
Wait, they are ready. Go. Wait, it says waiting for host. What?
Okay. What? Oh, Twitch. Anyway, ACCM has some men-at-arms. He's trying to pressure MBL's gold. I feel like ACCM was completely 100% prepared for this map right from the get-go. From that Vil kill to the Trush to the men-at-arms. And MBL's now under a lot of pressure.
It feels like MBL is sort of winging it. I mean, really, really strong opening here. No arson even having to be invested in for ACCM. His build was super nice in Dark Age. I don't know if you noticed that. Oh, there's the started chat sharing.
Yay!
But yeah, ACCM got a
buttons.
really early fishing ship out, able to keep the TC going, and everything is just coming up Millhouse here for ACCM.
Yeah, now over on the west, both players have added more docks, so they're fishing peacefully there for the moment. And I thank you very much for using your Prime sub.
Oh, you got there before I could. MBL, I mean, both players need to win water. 5 to 7 fishing ships, so MBL's a little ahead in that respect, but his eco is being idled by ACCM. He's only just now coming in with his first archery range as MBL, and this is just a very uncomfortable spot for him.
Yeah, MBL wants to run his Vils. There are 3 super weak Vils there. Like, super weak. Oh, ACCM closing in. Like the shark that smells blood.
They're so weak that they don't even lift, bro. And of course, ACCM, being a good player, gonna immediately focus down those Vils.
Oh, perfect. Hits the low HP Vils.
Hard to ask for better than that for ACCM. He is close to clicking up to the Castle Age as well. It's not that MBL is too horribly far behind, but he has just been reacting this entire time, and it feels like ACCM has just been able to play him like a fiddle.
Like a fiddle. Do you think ACCM plays an instrument?
He plays the mayonnaise. That's my favorite instrument.
Mayonnaise is not an instrument, Ornlu.
I think it is. Oh, boy. Castle
He's
Age.
playing mayonnaise. MBL's playing horseradish this game.
There you go. Oh, boy. Tower number 2 is in here for MBL, but it is just such an uncomfortable spot. His eco balance is dreadful. He's long-distance stone mining right here, picking up fletching, but it feels like all ACCM needs to do is get to Castle Age, get maybe Crossbow and Bodkin, and get a Siege Workshop, and MBL's in for a really bad day.
Garrisoning the fishing ships and the dock to destroy hulks is ACCM.
They sure do that now. Oh, Facet Spera! Thank you for the sub to T West. Castle Age is 200 food, 800 gold. That'd be a really interesting civ bonus if age cost were reversed.
Ooh. 200 food, 800 gold. I mean, MBL would love that bonus right now.
Yeah, he would.
But, I mean, you wouldn't need to add farms, so you just throw everyone onto the gold, and you wouldn't even need to market yourself up, like MBL's gonna have to do.
Can you imagine Feudal Age? That was 500 gold and 0 food. Like, you literally just have, like, enough villagers to sustain TC production in Dark Age and throw everybody else on gold.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Okay, that'd be pretty interesting.
We'll have to do a show match someday with that.
Yeah, they'll just have every single tech reversed cost. Oh man, but
Ooh.
Archery Range number 2 coming in here from MBL. He is on his way up to Castle Age, but it's still the ACCM show. He's getting all of his relevant upgrades. It's going to allow him to win water that much more decisively. And MBL's fishing eco is really all he's got for decent food income, so he needs it.
So if you're the Huns, what do you do against the Woog? Because they are one of those multiple unique unit civs that have the Jin Swordsman. And the Jin Swordsmen tend to do pretty darn well against Cav Archers usually, because of all the Pierce armor they have. So would you want to do a Knight's opening usually as the Huns? I feel like you want to go for a Knight's opening.
I would like that for sure, because Qian Swordsmen, they have been nerfed a ton, which is good because the unit is silly. But now that they have 0 melee armor at all, it is just so bad against Knights. Low base attack, low movement speed, and then 0 melee armor, and the Knights will just crush them.
Yeah, and, well, I guess the problem is the Wu do have rather good monks against Knights. But MBL's going to go Cav Archers here as the Huns. And maybe after the balance changes, this might just end up being a better unit choice than I'm used to seeing. But it's going to be triple range Cav Archers, Huns doing Huns things.
I played a game of Huns yesterday on Land Madness, and I did triple range Cav Archers. I felt so original.
Was it Land Madness with rock terrain on the outside, or Land Madness where you fully wall?
It was Land Madness. I actually had a really good generation where, like, the wood line went to the edge of the map, so I was a little bit safer.
So Ornlu's like, I played Black Forest the other day and called it Land Madness.
No, it was actually Land Madness. Oh, it's the Woo Cav Archer play. I love it when Civs go Cav Archers, no matter if their Civ has a good Cav Archer or not.
Yeah, so let's talk about those Woo Cav Archers. No Thumb Ring, no Parthian Tactics, no Final Armor upgrade.
And no
but
heavy
they do
Cav
have
Archer.
Bloodlines and Husbandry. So yeah, no heavy Cav Archer. So at least in the Castle Age, it's really only Thumb Ring they miss, so they're not the worst Cav Archers.
They are not. They just have a very short shelf life, so to say, as you really are not going to scale very well throughout the rest of the game. But if you don't plan on the game going very long anyway, then that doesn't really matter. We have Handcart also coming in very early for ACCM. I'm kind of surprised he's prioritizing those upgrades, considering that he doesn't have any farms. But I guess his villas are moving around a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to move from the TCs to the wood lines, so I guess they save a bit of walking time. Look at the Cav Archer and the Jin Swordsman. One blocking the other, so the Cav Archer can't get past it.
Ripperino. But, no, MBL, he's not done yet. He knows he's got to go all in. He's having a real rough game so far. 11 eco units lost, way behind in resources. But he's got Cav Archers, he's got Mangonels on the way, and ACCM had some stone income, but he has now spent it all on these watchtowers. So, now he needs to survive.
Yeah, and now where do you go if you're ACCM? You're going to be pressured by a workshop. Did you consider just Guard Tower now if you're ACCM?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Yes, you do because he clicks it right now.
Yeah,
it's going to be a Mangonel push.
I was thinking that might be the case. Guard Tower defense really, really strong against these Mangonel pushes. I really love the state of Guard Towers right now. It feels viable, but not broken. And you used to just never see these guys unless you were Koreans, but now...
Did they have a change recently?
Only like way back when they got 7 attack instead of 6 attack.
When was that? 'Cause that feels like a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. But I think people are just now coming around to realizing that with 7 attack and dealing 3 damage to Mangonels with Bodkin, it's a really helpful tool to stop a Mango push if you don't have the time to go for a castle. And no, Huns don't get Guard Tower.
Yeah, they do not, and it's now a very forwardville. That is a forward siege workshop.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Ornlu, we talk all the time about guard towers denying castles. Can it deny a workshop?
It actually
doesn't actually
might
see
not. It
my game
actually
just
isn't
sped
going
up.
to even do that.
So apologies for the spoilers, Ornlu, but my game just sped up.
Yep, mine did the same.
And-
So, yeah.
ACCM was very well prepared for that map, and MBL was not prepared for ACCM. Oh, also, I don't know what colors you're using for the players, because since ACCM picked cyan, my chat told me to put MBL in purple.
Oh, I put MBL in red, but MBL can be in purple. Purple with cyan is fine.
Yeah, but that was well practiced for ACCM.
Like,
I get a feel for how much practice ACCM has because of how many messages he sends me about bugged maps.
well, we know he's also a player that is very diligent about making sure that he is prepped for every single tournament he participates in. And it's great to see. ACCM, like hybrid maps especially, are so preparation oriented. ACCM had a great build. He did a ton of early pressure, and MBL just looked like he was floundering.
Even when he loses the fish, he was still floundering.
Exactly.
Which is a difficult thing to do without fish.
Well, he was a cod, not a flounder.
Cod?
Yep.
Which cod?
Cod 4.
Okay, a good one.
Yeah. Huns are like an okay hybrid map civ, but he clearly didn't have a super well-practiced or well-versed build for that particular map. And it was MBL's last
Huns
civ
are just
pick,
a hybrid map. Maybe he was just like, I don't know what the map is. I'll just use Huns.
That is quite possible. COD 4 was
The next-
2007.
It's 2007, yeah. Dang, that's almost 20 years ago. It was
Yeah, I know.
remastered too.
Halo 3 was 2006, I think?
Yeah, that would have been around the same time, right? Halo 3, COD 4.
Yeah.
So I remember I played the original Call of Duties, like the World War II games.
Yep. I mean, I played those after the fact. I'm too young to have played them live, but...
Oh, I played those live on the good old Quake 3 engine.
Boy.
That feeling when everything was done on one of the id Tech engines, and you could feel the difference in engines between games.
Oh, yes.
It was remastered, remade, and rebooted. Well, we're 2 out of 3 for AoE 2 right now.
Yep.
We've
I'm
had
ready for AoE 2
we've had the
reloaded.
yeah, we've had the re-release, we've had the remaster, and now we're ready for the reboot, the relaunch, the reimagining.
Oh my
Yeah,
yes.
Ornlu the youngster casually flexing on old. Oh, I need to update my Twitch description. I'm 33 now.
Oh boy.
Thanks for reminding me, chat.
Just over 4 years older than me.
32-year-old. Edit panels. 33. One character change. It didn't save. I gotta change it again and hit save.
Now, what concerns me for this draft going forward is that ACCM has Pacific Islands and Ring Nomad as its 2 home maps. And MBL's going to need to win one of them, at least.
At least. Also, Cenotes is kind of hybridy too.
Yeah, Cenotes is a fake semi-open map. It's a hybrid map. If you don't fish boom, you die.
No, chat. Ultimate Extreme Edition, don't worry. AoE 2, when it released for Xbox, before they folded in all of the DLCs, they had an edition with the DLCs, and they called it the Deluxe Definitive Edition.
Oh my goodness.
They've already gone there, chat. They've already done that. You can meme all you want, but your memes have already been a reality.
Oh, somebody for a moment made a lobby that popped up on the spec dashboard, and their name was Monster Hennessy. And that just is all sorts of horrible.
Did you see what Viper named his lobby the other day?
No, I didn't.
It was like coffee and burgers.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, that was from the drama.
Yeah, remonetized. Well, what did they call AOM again? Retold?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, retold without voice actors.
Well, retold, and then they got told off, so they had to get the old voice acting back.
Yeah. So Cenotes looks like the pick from MBL. This is, out of all the maps, I said this to Memb yesterday, this is the one I have the least confidence in
Oh,
terms
really?
of not breaking. Because the pawns are going to be uneven. The pawns are going to be uneven.
Well, it's okay. It's a semi-open map, so I'm sure that the water isn't important.
Or no, you could make one tile of water on a map, and players would dock it to delete the dock and make fish traps. Okay.
I think that says something about fishing ships and fish booming more than it does about map scripting. But yeah, fish booming on Arabia is pretty objectively bad.
I've seen Daniel do it and win a few games with it.
I mean,
fishing on Arabia.
I have seen it as well, but is it actually good?
Yes.
I don't know. Anyway, as far as civs go, I mean, it feels pretty open in terms of what you could go for here.
Yeah, the only thing you can't go for is Huns because they're taken. We might see Celts.
I mean, you realistically could justify literally all of these civs.
We might see Celts versus Maya again.
Now that's a fun one. But no, it's going to be Portuguese versus Mongols.
Ooh. Mongols at the very end of the draft for ACCM.
It's rare that we see Mongols not banned and not picked first. Or like if they're played at all, they're usually banned or picked first.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing when I co-casted with Memb yesterday, that the Mongols were there, but they weren't there, right? Like they were just picked and played like a normal civ.
Yeah. That is it's something I'm not used to, but I'll take it.
So what do you think of the Celts these days? We've had a lot of buffs to men-at-arms, but Celts have kind of been played all over the place.
Celts feel a little borderline between power crept and good enough, where it feels like you really do need to play to their strengths, but if you do that, you can be successful with them, whereas it's a lot harder to even do that with a civ like Britons or Bulgarians or what have you.
It's like a lot of civs have been power crept to the point where they're too good. The Celts have like gotten to being viable now.
Yeah, for sure.
The sheep stealing bonus, best bonus in the game.
Oh my, yes. That's a bonus that we look back later on in AoE2's lifespan. We're like, what were the devs thinking?
I don't think they were thinking anything, because the description of the bonus is literally the opposite of what it means.
Yeah. I think it's like they thought about it like, oh, you can't get your sheep stolen by anyone else, when in reality it's literally just a sheep stealing bonus.
Alright, so looks like we're starting here. I think we'll go purple again, if that's okay with you.
Yes, it is. Anyway, these pawns are definitely a little ACCM favorite, I feel, but it's not that big of a deal, most likely. He'll be in the cyan as the Mongols to the west, and to the east in the purple as the Portuguese. It will be MBL.
Hold on, Ornlu. I didn't realize my game content failed to download.
Oh, that'll do it.
Maybe if we make AoE 5, our game content can download.
Yes. The descriptions in the tech tree. I would literally rewrite those tech tree descriptions for free if the devs asked me to make it more consistent and coherent.
Oh, I wrote the, oh yes, we got a fair map spawn. Let's go. This is a balance. Cenotes.
Yep.
This is, you said something about the pawns maybe favoring someone. This is about as even as we're going to get for pawns.
All right.
I mean, I think it's like, look, there's one in the middle, and then 3 on the bottom left, 2 on the top right. This is fair. This is fair.
Yep. Something like that.
What do they do to cenotes? This is what the map is like in DE right now. It is more reflective of the actual name of the map, meaning little sinkholes that get filled with water. In the past, it was just basically Arabia 2.0 with little ponds.
Which I would rather have than what this is.
This is I came onto the event too late. I got Tafiti added. I got a couple other maps changed. I couldn't change all of them.
I do like Tafiti.
Yeah,
that's a fun one.
Yeah. This is what cenotes is like in DE. It might be in the map pool at some point, so get familiar with it. There will be ponds with shorefish and a few oysters. I did adjust the ponds so that they each are guaranteed to have 2 shorefish, and they'll each have 3 oysters. And we see right away MBL docking and ACCM docking. Doesn't matter how small the ponds are or how few resources you place in them. Players will always dock.
Yeah, Cenotes is a dev pick in the next map pool. They're doing 2 of the maps from Warlords. So, I mean, I kind of liked Cenotes when it was just like Arabia, but you'd had those little ponds as a bit of an obstacle. So it was a little bit harder to like sprawl out all over the map, but that's my soapbox of AoE 2 can just have a bunch of slight variations on open maps and be happy about it.
See, my soapbox there is why would you ever play something that's a crappy version of Arabia when you could just play Arabia?
Well, I would rather have slight modifications of Arabia and then just keep Arabia as Arabia instead of having to change the Arabia script constantly.
Well, just don't make a bad Arabia script, then you won't have to change it constantly. Stop adding the chickens and stuff.
Well, then you have to actually have to give players wood lines closer than, 2/3 of a screen away. And you need to give people the giant hills back, man.
Giant hills? I kind of miss those giant hills from the Voobly days. Those hills were fun.
Yeah, giant hills, the cliffs.
The cliffs. Yeah, that's that. Honestly, if you look at mini-maps of Arabia from AOC to now, that's the biggest difference, the cliffs.
Yep.
You have like 15 cliffs on them.
And it just feels like the wood lines just operated very differently, where you'd have like 1 or 2 wood lines that were way larger and way closer to your TC. At least on average. But there was a ton of variety.
How do you feel about chickens anyways? We have both players just kind of fish booming. Maybe ACCM wants to go for a forward dock. But for Warlords, Mem and I both talked and we were like, yeah, let's just turn the chickens off and go back to deer for the maps.
I don't really think it matters all that much. The thing with chickens is I'm not sure what they accomplish. Like, I find them inoffensive, but I don't really think they add anything. Because people still click up insanely fast.
I feel like the foxes at least added something kind of different, because you can go get a bit of gold with a villager kind of in the middle of nowhere. The chickens might as well just have been berries, because they're just a stationary food thing. You don't interact with them like you do sheep or boar or guanaco deer equivalents.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I thought the idea was to make it so that you could have versions of maps where you didn't have to push deer early on. Oh, rip ACCM there.
Oh, well, ACCM got greedy going for MBLsville, but dies to the fishing ships in the dock. That is more offensive to me than chickens are.
Well, that's getting changed next patch. Whenever that's going to be.
Oh, not enough, though. Not enough, though.
Well, they
Have
literally
they announced that publicly?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that in the pup?
Yeah, it's in the
Okay.
pup.
Just making sure Ornlu doesn't break any NDAs.
Nope, no Ornlu leaks here. But yeah, so this is 0 arrows in Dark Age, so that wouldn't happen on the next patch.
If only were 0 arrows all ages.
Yeah. I mean, do you like the fact that fishing ships can garrison at all?
No.
I'm a little on the fence about it because water maps are no longer, you literally just rush up to feudal age as fast as possible and then you can't do anything. But at the same time, it feels like, I don't know.
So you can be on the fence about something, but that just means the fence is going to be used to funnel chickens these days.
Yeah, seriously. Well, there's another... Like, why is this a thing? Why is this happening on our semi-open map?
Our semi-open map. Fire ships. Yeah, and of course, ACC, I'm going for the fire galley here. Because, 1, they destroy the dock the fastest. And 2, they also hold up to arrow fire the best. So they are the tankiest ship underneath the dock.
Tankiest and highest damage ship. That they are very vulnerable to hulks, but since you have such an advantage already, it really doesn't matter that much. MBL was trying to go for a fast castle, and still is, as far as I can tell, but it doesn't feel great. That said, there are no fishing ships here to garrison in the dock for ACCM, so you just kind of have to fight the Hulk. That said, there is a
You
Hulk...
have to fight the Hulk.
Yeah, I mean, gotta...
Well, what superhero would you need to fight the Hulk?
Does the Hulk have a weakness? I'm not very good with superheroes.
I don't either. All I know is Tobey Maguire.
Yep. And his weird dance from Spider-Man 3.
Oh, in the pup, did they fix the sails on the Hulks?
Yes, they did.
Okay. that's such a silly bug.
It's a silly bug, and because so many of the best naval civs have the Southern European architecture set, it's what we see constantly.
It's the one we see the most.
Yep. It's like Italians, Armenians, Byzantines, Portuguese are all top water civs.
Yep. So other than the dock action, we have 1 archer harassing a wood line. The Vil counts are the same. And just see, MBL docked a second pond, ACCM didn't. What did ACCM scout? How did ACCM... Okay, well, he did scout the edge of his pond, right? He should know it's there.
Well, he did lose his scout early. But yeah, you'll see the sinkhole aspect of it if you wanted to dock over there. Castle Age is on the way, though, for MBL. So on the one hand, you could say MBL has lost 2 Vils, and his fishing ships are being idled, and he had to make a big commitment. That said... You know, he's getting to Castle Age, and that feels like something of a win in and of itself.
Yeah, and all in all, it's 6 fishing ships to 7. And with just shorefish and oysters, even if some of them are idle, it's not going to be too big of a difference. It's not like they're fishing deep fish out in the middle of the deep blue sea, or even like they're on fish traps. They're all pretty slow.
Yeah. Fishing ships are basically like upgraded gold miners in terms of efficiency, which is fine. I actually do like oysters. I think that's a good addition to the game. Or oysters.
Yeah, oysters are fun.
Oysters and whales. It gives a little bit of dynamics to water.
Yeah, it gives you more options of stuff to do on maps. Those are the changes that I like to see in the game. Just the new objects that you can use for interesting situations. Like, you're not changing the balance or changing a civ or messing up something that exists already. You're just kind of adding new stuff. And I like those changes more.
Perfectly fine with those, but Castle Age is going to be in. ACCM did sell his stone to get to Castle Age at a good time. He does have another Scout Cavalry out, so that's going to take down MBL Scout. And with some skirmishers as well, I'm kind of curious as to what ACCM's plan is here. He's going to buy 100 stone back. But Mongol's going to crush Portuguese in the late game. It's one of the few bad matchups for Portuguese, so we'll have to see if ACCM can just boom it out here.
And again, this is semi-open where the players are far apart, so MBL might agree with your assessment of the Civ matchup as he is sending a Vil forward for a workshop. Sending 2 Vils, actually. Yeah, ACCM with a scout. He didn't see the workshop, so he might see this and think, oh, no, never mind, it's a Mongol scout. He sees
his Mongol scouts see everything, man. Monastery placed a little bit further back. Also, this is just kind of what MBL does in general. Oh my goodness, that is not what you want to be doing, MBL. Oh.
He's got a knight, he's fine.
Yeah, I guess so. What are these non-step lancer units from Mongols?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Non-step lancers. Non-camels to fight knights, either.
Yeah?
Non-light cav.
Very shocking.
Mongols actually sometimes a tricky civ to monk rush properly because of the extra hit points they have on their light cav.
And
when you add something like knights... Yeah, and scout cav. When you add something like knights or pikemen in or whatever to protect the monks, it just makes it a bit harder to keep the monks alive.
It really does, but that was a great start to the fight for ACCM. Got some downhill hits with the camel. He's grabbing forging as well, and thus far he's just going to be adding in 3 TCs, Chillaxin, Maxin, and MBL. This is like the most peak MBL thing ever. Go for a forward push with some janky units, some siege, some monks, some stray cavalry, and then boom behind it.
Hey, don't be calling monks jank. Just
No.
'cause
The
devotion's
janky
added.
units are like a few unupgraded random units thrown in there, in this case, knights. Or it'd be like 6 crossbowmen that you don't make any more of.
Okay, as long as you say the monks are not the jank.
Nah, man. I'm an arena favoriter. Monks are definitely not jank.
So camels, they will fight the knights as a monk goes to get a conversion. And MBL will push this back. And start making some scorpions. Camels for ACCM. What do you think of the camel pick here when you're against monks? Yeah, they fight the knights. But I always think it's kind of weird to go camels when there are monks out.
Yeah, I mean, camels
They
are...
don't snipe the monks. Like here, that monk could still drop off the relic if it were right-clicked properly.
Or you could have, just dropped the relic and then gone for the conversion right there and probably would have gotten the conversion. That said, random light cav coming in from the left, and that will snipe another monk. And anything that you can do to just keep MBL back at home is going to be fantastic for ACCM. And
ACCM pulling ahead in Ville's booming on the 3 TCs. Has that lovely monastery of his own now. But Mongols themselves, not the best monks, no redemption, no sanctity. But he can do devotion now with the monastery up.
And you can atonement. You can always convert the enemy monks.
You can. Is ACCM going to get in here? MBL not walling behind his wall properly. And ACCM is in if he right-clicks himself in. If he right-clicks, there he goes.
There he goes. And honestly, it feels like the multitasking hasn't really been up to snuff here for MBL in the series so far. Going to be another layer of quick walls behind this, but he's going to lose 2 villagers in the process. His 3rd TC is slower, and this push has just been very slow to get off the ground. That said, this is the stage in the game where Mongols in general are very bad, having no real bonuses to make use of. So if there's any time for MBL to make something happen, it's right now.
Yeah, well, the bonus would be the Step Lancers now, the extra hit points. But ACCM not going for them. Going for everything else from the stable other than the Step Lancer.
But, TOS, I don't like that bonus as it exists, so I just pretend it doesn't exist. Generally how I like to live my life.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I think if you're gonna give Mongol Step Lancers, you at least needed to keep the bonus only to the light cav line. Because the Mongols are kind of characteristic that they were supposed to be kind of weak in the Castle Age. But now they're OP in early Castle.
I mean, I just think that you can make Nomads a Civ bonus and then make the unique tech the HP boost for the Step Lancers.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
And if you make it a unique tech, you could even like buff it a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. It just feels like it works. It'd work just fine there. All right, guys.
Nomads is legit good. If you ever play Arena and you're getting pushed, and you're in your base and you need more room for farms, research Nomads.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfectly fine bonus, but like it's weak enough that I think you can just make it a Civ bonus and it's totally fine.
Yeah, there are those light calves sniping the monk with a bit of extra hit points. And ACCM might lose a TC. Maybe he'll repair it, but he's about to get ready for some Mangadai. Oh, ACCM, no, don't move the monks to the TC like that. Oh.
That's a bit awkward, but Mangadai production has started. We have T-West's favorite color and my favorite Civ, so ACCM combining our powers here. Such as they are.
You like the Mongols even though they kill you?
Yep. It's a very masochistic relationship. But the Mangadoozis are on the way. They are very slow to train, though, although they are no longer the slowest training unique unit. I think they made one of the new ones. I think Hussite wagons are slower now.
Yeah, the Mangadai do take quite a while, but here they come, and not the biggest bonus against Siege when they're... It's only +3 when they're normal Mangudai. They need to be elite, really, to take out Siege.
Well, that's also when you get the extra range, and you get Thumb Ring and all that stuff in it. It's just a lot easier with Elite. Basically, Mangudai are Cav Archers plus in Castle Age. And MBL's on the way to Imp, so MBL gonna be able to at least theoretically get a win condition here.
And ACC, I'm finally going to repair the TC. And he's going to get Devotion. Well, that'll keep the Mangudai a bit safer from the monks for sniping off Siege. This is where I'm going to say Devotion should be a stable tech that should apply only to stable units and shouldn't apply to unique units.
Yeah. I mean, it just makes a lot of this UU play very, very annoying, and it doesn't really impact a lot of other unique units in a very positive way, so... I don't know. I'm just not super sold on it. And yet, here we are. Imp is closing in here for MBL. He's 16 vills on stone. He's going to close in on a castle, and this, again, it feels very realistic because Mongol's not a very good early Imp civ.
Okay, and there go down the Mangonels. A few monks still there. MBL wants another workshop. But a drumstick and a drum might feel safer than if I didn't.
That's true. If you just had a little cardinal, I don't know, staff thing. I do like the monk reskins. I think they're very flavorful.
Okay, there's MBL up to Imp. And Portuguese, pretty good Imp civ. We'll see him get Chemistry rather quickly if he clicks it, and then he can go for Bombard Cannon, but that will be difficult with Mangudai out on the field to snipe them.
Yeah, and this is the issue, is that ACCM has been able to force back this push from MBL, at least enough. The castle, although in a good spot, isn't in an immediately threatening spot. And that's going to be a win here from ACCM, whose main goal at this point is to, you know, not die. Just hang in there, and eventually you will win the video game. But MBL going to try and kill him before that happens. Still, the knights are quite poorly upgraded.
This castle's going to be denied, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is a doubt castle from MBL.
Not even. It's barely 50%. I doubt would at least get it much closer.
Where are the bracer crossbows? In your imagination. And MBL's going knights. He's making his own knights.
I mean, you could argue that at the very least MBL is keeping the Mangudai numbers low, which is very important. That said, it feels like if he just sent a bunch more bills sooner, he would have had this castle by now and would be in a much better spot to actually apply pressure.
Now, all the vills repairing the Mangonel rather than building the castle.
Very odd fight here. It's just kind of scrappy, everyone just sending all their reinforcements in, and yet only 5 Mangudai on the field, T-West. 2 castles, but you need those for trebuchets as well, and now we have a bunch of stables being added in. Could be a heavy camel switch.
Ooh, the gather point for the Mangudai is forward from the castle still, from when ACCM was trying to deny it, and he'll waste 2 Mangudai.
Not ideal. MBL also has 4 relics. His villager count is at least solid. It's like, yeah, he's behind in villagers, but it's not by that much, all things considered. Still, more camels.
Oh, also the Mangudai didn't have Bloodlines. Bloodlines just now in for ACCM.
Yeah.
So MBL with a score lead, and this pressure he's applied did delay his boom a bit, but at least now he's harassed ACCM enough that he has a lot of map control. And ACCM is going to be reacting now to Portuguese in a Treb War. But Treb Wars are always so awkward if you don't have good numbers of skirms out to protect your Trebs from the Mangudai.
It is, but it is going to be a camel switch, right? ACCM thinking, there just is no way I can get to Mangudai. He needs the castles for the Treb production. You can't then train the Mangudai, and you need to spend your resources on something. So that is going to be camels, at least for quite a while. And that is going to be much easier to counter with, most anything that MBL does that isn't knights.
Yeah, so those imaginary crossbows, potential halbs. And the camels don't give you much potential to raid. They don't really let you snipe off trebs underneath castles. MBL will see them now, and he knows ACCM's going camels. Ooh. I don't think this switch gets him out of the situation.
I mean, it's a really tough spot here as ACCM. You're so much slower to the Imperial Age as Mongols. You're not able to get your Mangudai numbers going. Maybe Steppe Lancers would have been a better choice, as they still should perform at least fairly well against Knights if you get a bunch of them masked up with the Mongol HP bonus.
Yeah.
Because as it stands, it feels like you neither can fight your opponent nor can raid.
Yeah, and Steppe Lancers wouldn't want to fight under the castles either, but at least they'd be better at running and sniping off trebs.
Yeah. Well,
and
Eddie
here
Campbell
I
is
think
in.
It's just to fight ACCM. Monks are there, the castles are there. I don't think ACCM wins this fight, not even close.
Yeah, good monk control there from MBL, converts several of those heavy camels. And, I mean, it's been a very janky game, and yet this is where MBL thrives, right? It was sort of scrappy, it was like a push, and then kind of booming behind it, but MBL's still able to get the faster Imperial Age time. He does lose the castle, but he still has 4 trebuchets and 2 bombard cannons left.
Yeah, he needs some monk micro now. I don't know if the monks are still maybe recharging.
No illumination for the Portuguese is always very slightly annoying, but that is exactly what you need as ACCM, and it's just more Cavalier and Monks on the way here for MBL.
Yeah, he had just enough to destroy that castle. MBL rebuilding it. But now if the castle's down, the camels are much better. And that's 4 trebs. I mean, everyone might lose their trebs here.
Definitely ACCM loses a couple, or one of his trebs. The camels are going to have a much harder time sniping the trebs, though. They don't even have Blast Furnace in yet. No plate parting armor for the Mongols means that that castle is just going to do so much damage here. Bodkin's just now in as well, giving you that extra range. Man, it feels like we've just been watching these players fling units into this one screen of area for the last 20 minutes.
Well, it is semi-open, right? It should be harder to raid than an open map.
Yep. Oh, Treb snipes the Mangonel.
Those trebs are all very weak.
Yep.
MBL can try to repair them, but he's not going to be in time. So everyone loses everything, and we kind of reset the situation here with ACCM on camels. And when you spend your gold on camels, then it gets harder to afford other upgrades after that.
True, but ACCM's gold income is very good in that he still has 41 bills on gold, but with no relics and a limited map control relative to his opponent. As MBL takes a gold all the way over there to the east of the map, he is going to be raiding ACCM's gold to the west as well. So it still is good for MBL in the long run. He does, just like any unit that is okay against camels, like pikemen, would be fine here.
Well, I don't know if it's good for him in the long run in terms of eco at least, because MBL does have 4 relics.
That's
0.
true, but I don't know how you win this game in the long run anyway. I just don't think there's a world now where you can get to Mangudai. You've spent too much stone repairing castles that you've ended up losing.
Yeah, and the castles are all somewhat forward, trying to protect the remaining golds. There actually isn't much gold on this map compared to some of the others, if you're not taking the oysters mid-game. With like 1 fishing ship on the oyster to the west, there is what, 1350 gold per pond. But otherwise, in terms of actual gold mines, it's a bit scarce.
Yeah, there just isn't even as much room for them to spawn because of those ponds. So going to be a little bit more trash unit reliant in the late game. That's, though, where Portuguese are going to be doing a lot better than Mongols, as their trash is very good. They also have Federias as an option in the late game. 2 castles here now, right next to each other. And even some organ guns here to back up. Are going to be actually pretty solid against the camels, since they have such
pikes.
Low pierce armor. And yeah, you got the pikes as well.
Yeah, so double castle pike, but look at those castles next to each other. Feels like we're playing a campaign that was made by a child who just plopped castles next to each other.
You don't need to at me like that, man. I absolutely did that. I loved using the scenario editor as a kid. I just like make all of these. I'd draw maps like on a piece of paper, and then I'd like make them in AoE too.
Oh man, these days kids would make maps with AI.
Yeah, that's very sad. Oh, still some good conversions coming in.
So Bracer for ACCM, and that's we're so far in Imp, and he hasn't had Bracer for Mangudai or his castles.
Well, he's just having to spend all those resources on camels, and now you're making Mongol cav archers in Imperial Age, which is usually something that you do only if you're exceptionally sad. And that's kind of where ACCM's at right now.
Yeah, more forward stables from MBL. And ACCM, he'll hold on for a while. He'll do his best to hold. But we're at 3k score difference, 2 more score K of an advantage until he resigns.
Yep. Portuguese Cavalier also really good. They only cost as much as a Tarkin, so just 60 food, 60 gold. Actually really nice for spamming. And there's the GG called, and we have a tied series.
Yeah. So do you think there was a chance for ACCM to win if he had done something other than camels, or was the eco setup at that point with the 4 relics just too much for MBL?
I think he at least has a shot if he goes Step Lancers and, like, Rams. It feels like, okay, that's one of the ways you can leverage the fact that you had a much better eco at that stage, but getting into sort of a poke fest with the castles and then trying to fight with the camels, it didn't really feel like it was enough, nor did it give you any rating potential. So, I mean, I don't think ACCM ever crossed the map, really, until, like, the very end of that game.
He crossed the map with some Mangudai that died to docks.
Yeah, I mean, not impressive. I mean, I still think MBL set himself up very well. I mean, again, MBL has literally played thousands of games that look basically like this, but at least I think it would have had a bit of a better chance, ACCM. But
Right,
that
so
gives
it's
us a longer
loss.
series, so that makes me happy.
A loss for the Mongols, win for the Portuguese. ACCM has not used any of his top 4 civs yet. But MBL still has Byzantines, Malay, and Celts. Celts, of course.
Very interesting, but we'll have to see what's next. Again, MBL did well. He won Cenotes, that is still mostly a land map. He's gonna need to take one of these watery maps, Ring Nomad and Pacific Islands, against his opponent, because he lost the neutral map. So it looks like Noble Pacific Islands, much better than the ignoble Pacific Islands.
But where does the Noble come from?
I think that was maybe for Noble Apartment Cup, and it was just a different version of Pacific Islands.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, what are you thinking here for civs? Just Bengalis versus Byzantines or Malay?
You don't think there'll be Celts on Pacific Islands?
No.
Where do Celts get used in the remaining maps?
They don't. I think you go.
You go Byzantines, Pacific Islands, Malay, Ring Nomad, and Burgundians, Crownwood. And
Yes.
Celts just go unused.
I think that's exactly it. Wayer definitely for Crownwood. I guess the question's then, what do you play? If you're playing Bengalis here on Pacific Islands, then what does ACCM play on Ring Nomad? Mayans and Vietnamese are both atypical picks there.
Maya would get an extra Vil once the TC goes up. You play him there. Wei could be played on Ring Nomad.
They can be played anywhere, man. Anyway, I'm gonna get some more coffee. But yeah, thanks for asking to cast. Fun stuff, man.
So let me see. Are they launching a game? They are Pacific Islands. Up there we go. And oh, okay. It's gonna be Burgundians against Bengalis. So Pacific Islands, it is a water map. I think that's all I can really say about it. I've never really been a fan of it myself, but it does exist. And compared to some of the other water maps, people seem to like it a bit more. I think the entire concept of the map was that there was supposed to be very little wood on it, and it forced you out to the mangrove shallows for wood, but it never really played out like that, and over time I think there were more resources added to the center islands. So it became probably a better map, but just more similar to migration over time. Bengali is certainly a water sieve, because the ships do heal, and on the very open water map, you have more room to run away from fights and heal up your ships. When will we see a water map with neutral docks in the corners so you can trade for more? Oh my gosh, I don't even. You can trade for wood and team. I haven't even played enough water map team games where trading for wood has mattered. That is. I mean, I can't really evaluate it because I haven't played it yet. But I remember on AoE, in AoE 4, when I played that when it first came out, you could trade for wood with your own docks. And that just led to the most boring, stalematey games. Let's see, did my match content fail to download again? Nope, we're in the game. AoE 1 trade was interesting. Because it actually involved trading and giving up one resource for another. And you could do it with enemy docks too, so it was like stealing more than trading. But stealing when you also gave stuff to them. So it was weird. Anyway, here. MBL will be the Purple Burgundians. Chat wanted him in purple earlier, so we're rolling with it. Purple Burgundians to the southwest against ACCM. As the Cyan Bengalis to the northeast. And I think Ornlu's still getting his coffee. Don't really get the wood trade thing. The idea seemed to be to avoid stalemates, but I feel like it's just as likely to cause them. That's my worry, limiting factor. That's my worry. I feel like being able to trade for wood means that you cause a stalemate, because you just have infinite wood and infinite ships fighting each other for infinity. Yeah, Ornlu a coffee. Does Ornlu have a coffee emote? So this map, the fish are very, very spaced out. Not much going on the fishing front after the beginning of the game. But we do have ACCM prepared for maps as always, doing a dock forward on one of the middle islands just to get closer to the fish. This is the closest I've ever seen a dock to a fish on Pacific Islands, and ACCM using his mind and thinking.
All right, sorry about that.
Mind. There we go. How much coffee did you get?
I got one mug full.
How big is the mug?
It's actually a pretty standard-sized mug.
Standard size, small, medium, or large?
All right, guys. Opening up the stream with a webcam.
Yeah, one Oktoberfest Stein. Oh, I actually have one of those. I should put my coffee in it.
Oh,
that would be an appropriate amount of coffee for a stream.
I mean, you're spending more time in the bathroom than on the stream.
Anyway, so here we have MBL. If you look at MBL's pond in the back of his island, you'll see it's medium water that you can't dock, so he can't fish boom. ACCM, he has a pond, but his pond is filled with normal water because the beach terrain doesn't cut it off fully. So he could actually wall that off and then fish boom if he wanted to.
Is it meat? It just looks like shallow water to me.
In the back of MBL's base,
Yeah,
the bottom
like,
left.
I don't think that's
medium.
Deep. Is that medium water?
It's medium water.
I feel like there's some weird layered terrain shenanigans going on here.
No, there's actually no layering at all. Well, it's even weirder though, but it's medium water.
Interesting.
How I do it is, MBL lost a Vil to a Rhino in the middle, right next to his mill. Tried to palisade and it didn't work. Yeah. But how I do it is all of the islands are placed in specific locations, and there are 10 random locations for the islands on the map. So I have to, for each location, pick a spot on the map on the outside and one in the corners. And I create a separate land there, and on that land, I use a water-only placeholder object to fill the map. And then everywhere that is not that placeholder, I put fish traps with 0 HP that change the terrain to medium water. So we fill the ponds in the back. And also the one little pond on ACCM's island at the front, so you can't dock there.
The more you learn, the more you learn. Well, Feudal Age is going to be in here for ACCM. Pretty quick uptime for Bengalis, especially as they tend to want to be a bit more passive. That said, we have 2 docks here for ACCM, and he is going to go with the fire ships.
And fire ships on a map when you're this far apart. Usually you'd think maybe a galley opening, but maybe you then get mind games and think fires to counter galleys.
Yeah, that's probably my least favorite thing about the new water meta, is it feels like you just have to blindly go with rock, paper, or scissors, and you're already at a disadvantage if you choose the wrong one.
Yeah, that's what I feel about it. I feel that there are situations where if you're fighting underneath docks, you might prefer to have the fires. And then maybe if you know that's the case, you might go hulks to defend fires. But after that, it does feel kind of... You're going to have some composition that is, regardless of the strengths or weaknesses of the ships, just trying to have 2 of the 3 or all 3.
Yeah. But Burgundians as a naval civ, it's something that's cropping up a lot more these days because of the discount to the fishing lines upgrade, which is much easier to get now, and you can get that in the Dark Age as the Burgundian player, although MBL has not chosen to do so. And on top of that, the Flemish Militia are a really good unit to have in early Feudal Age, as you don't need any upgrades for them. You can just sort of send them off to do your bidding.
Yep, and also the players docking separate islands. Compared to the noble version of Pacific Islands and the one that's in DE right now, I did make the central islands a bit more standardized, so you're not going to have the one circle and the one crescent moon over it. They will be kind of similar in size.
Well, the circle will not be unbroken, as there is another dock coming in for MBL. He does indeed queue up the Flemish Militia. He's queuing up some hulks as well. Docks in Dark Age, because they have 0 melee armor, actually die super fast to fire galleys. So you need to be really careful that you at least have a semi-competitive Feudal Age time, as it slows down the dock destruction rate a fair bit.
Ooh. Alright, well, we also have MBL. The militia are going to be a weird choice, because his transport's already taken some damage, and he's going to have to transport them if he wants to fight ACCM. So I don't know what he's going to accomplish with them, other than maybe slowing down his eco, unless ACCM messes up and lets the transport land again.
Well, you have to just try and be as sneaky as possible right there. ACCM is ferrying a fair amount of his economy over here to the main island on the right side. They are going to be walling themselves in, though, except for those villagers taking the hunt. And with all those fishing ships right next to the dock, you have to be super careful, because hulks just obliterate fishing ships. Palisade still stands,
One could even say they smash them.
Indeed. Because they get very angry, and they turn green, and take steroids.
Yeah, now that MBL is making hulks, I can change him from purple to green.
I hate when that happens, man. The villager was sniped over the corner of the palisades.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. Sometimes you can do that.
It's extremely inconsistent, but you know what? It's something that you have to watch out for. It is at least consistently inconsistent.
Oh, and here we go. There's the transport. So just enough of a sliver of water control that MBL could transport the militia over. So not going to be a waste, but ACCM will scout that immediately.
He will, and he might need to move his villagers up and either delete a palisade or transport around, because those Flemish militia are coming. And remember that Flemish militia, unlike the swordsman line, do not have any bonus damage versus buildings, because they had that, they were super broken. But ACCM actually not reacting perhaps quite fast enough. He's okay.
Yeah, so Vils get into the transport. Transport flees. And the Burgundians will watch the transport flee as they did in Joan of Arc 1, unable to stop the enemy from fleeing down the river.
Well, they had one Borg galley, but it just wasn't enough.
You don't even need to fight the war galley. Just take the hidden passage. Skip everything. Skip the final third of the scenario.
I was so proud when I discovered that one as a little kid. I was like, oh, there's a little gap in the trees they made. First ever scenario they made in the AoE 2 engine.
All you had to do was land and right-click.
Yep. But, I mean, I was like 5. I wasn't very bright.
Now, speaking of landings, here we have a barracks for ACCM. And he's going to look to do something on MBL's island, too.
Yeah, he did sell his stone to click up, and he will have a nice timing advantage. That said, MBL is doing a good job of leveraging the Burgundian eco upgrades. It's something I feel like a lot of players are foregoing now that, you know, you have Flemish Militia, and like that's the reason the Civ is picked so much, but I mean, Burgundian eco is still absolutely insane with those early eco upgrades, so love to see that from MBL. Slightly ahead in resources, but now he needs to be careful about the Elephant Archers. At least I think they're Elephant Archers. Yes.
His double range elephant archers. Ooh, okay. ACCM cooking up some elephant archers here. And honestly, I don't know what you do to stop elephant archers. I think they're just really strong.
The
only thing you can really do is monks. But if you're not already prepping the monasteries, then you're going to fall behind in numbers and the woodline will be raided.
Well, and it's hard to prep monasteries when you were still in the feudal age, so when you have the timing advantage here, as does ACCM, those elephant archers, they're really only slightly more expensive than knights, and you can go double stable knight in early castle age, no problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. Elephant archers, I don't think they're as expensive as they need to be. Like there should be more cost to going double range elephant archers than what ACCM's doing here.
Well, they used to be more expensive, but the idea was that none of the elephant archer civs ever made them, except when there was like a full boom scenario. They wanted to make elephant archers a much more viable mid-game unit, especially in 1v1s. Which they did! To be fair, they did!
They did. And now they're viable for sniping off the Vils making this TC.
Oh geez, this is a mess for MBL.
That's not the elephant archers. How can they not hit any of these Vils?
Okay, so...
What is this ballistics dodging?
Okay, it's not ballistics dodging. So the reason that this is the case is because the arrows start at a much higher spot than on any other archer. No, I'm not even joking. It is easily replicable. So the arrows without ballistics miss horribly often on elephant archers.
Well, okay, here I am thinking, oh, he's gonna kill 10 Vils, deny the TC. He doesn't kill a single villager there.
Yep. It's one of those things that you don't think about, and then you're like, oh no! And then you look at it for a second, you're like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense.
It's one of those things, too, where just arrows in general are less accurate in DE and less good at hitting Vils before ballistics than they were in AOC.
It feels like the arrows are smaller, if that makes sense. Like, it used to have...
Maybe.
It's like, you know, hit scan versus projectiles in, like, a shooter. It feels like they used to be like projectiles with far more generous hitboxes, and now it's like you have to be pinpoint accurate. Base of the unit rather than the center of the target. That might be it as well.
Yeah, that might be it. Because units tend to be fleeing, and that's when you can tell the arrows kind of fall at their feet rather than hitting them, so that might be it.
Yeah.
Like, villagers walking in straight lines away from archers don't get hit. I'll have to do some slow motion. Oh, actually, wait, there's no wall here. Some slow motion capturing. But double monastery, and that's really the only thing you can do against elephant archers. Mangonels don't do enough damage to them when they have 230 HP.
Scorpions don't do enough damage until you have a large mass of them. I mean, there are things that scale well into elephant archers. Mangonel, Scorpions, Skirmishers, all of that do very well. But it's just these low numbers where you're getting so many stats per resource spent with the elephant archers that you really need the most population-efficient unit in AoE 2, the Monk, to stop that.
Yeah, and now ACCM is going to have pretty much a free boom on his island, whereas MBL will be harassed and dealing with ACCM's elephants.
Indeed, that is the case. There is a monastery now coming in for ACCM. Remember, of course, guys, that the Bengali elephant archers are with conversion resistance. And you actually get double conversion resistance bonus for your battle elephants, which I think is probably underexplored a little bit. Because it does
wait,
stack.
there's a transport. ACCM's getting on the transport. Where's he going to go?
I don't know. I wish I could tell you.
He's sailing somewhere. He's got a plan. ACCM is a man with a plan.
ACCM is always a man with a plan. There's a university coming in here for MBL. I'm curious as to what that's going to be for. Notably, though, that although we see Burgundians a ton on these water maps, their navy isn't all that great in the late game. No shipwright is a huge issue, and then you don't have the last fire ship upgrade. You actually used to not have dry dock. Oh, no, you also still don't have dry dock. That's right. I mean, it's true. You used to not have dry dock back in the old water balance, and then they kept them not having dry dock. I remember because in the 5th Burgundian scenario in the campaign, you needed to transport over to England. And then I was like, ugh, you're one of those civs that doesn't have dry dock. Typhon's coming in. Third TC here for ACCM. But to MBL's credit, unlike the first game, he's just sort of surviving here into the mid-game. He is doing all right. Ooh. He's not at a major disadvantage of any kind. Still has a presence on one of the islands. And it feels like that's where MBL just needs to get set up. If he can survive early game, he's going to be okay.
So MBL might just be saved because he did a monastery to pick up the relic on his home island. So he might get monks out soon to stop these elephant archers that ACCM is going to land. And how accurate are these elephant archers now?
They're still incredibly inaccurate because you don't have ballistics.
Well, will MBL notice this?
I mean, to
be
fair,
while.
If they're stationary, they're going to die.
Oh, he noticed finally.
I literally don't think that lady is going to die. Is the guy going to die?
No. He'll make it back.
No. Oh, that's great.
Thanks, DE.
While that's going on, though, great castle placement here from MBL. It's pretty far away from the shoreline, and it's going to secure the rest of his island. Those villagers are going to have a really bad day. They're going to need to retreat. And that, again, is going to buy MBL some critical time. That said, all of this discussion of the Burgundian Navy not being that great, it also has to go against the context of the Bengali Navy, which is one of the better ones in the late game.
So elephant archers now for ACCM. They don't have armor, so they might not want to stand underneath the TC. But that is something you can do with elephant archers. Give them +2 armor and just plop them under the TC. Yeah. And then they take 1 damage from the TC arrow. Or not 1 damage. That'd be without fletching, but 3 damage. And they have 230 HP. And they don't die.
I mean, they're knights with 2.3 times the HP.
Yeah. Here are some more vills that have to flee. A couple go down.
Yeah, with ballistics in, elephant archers actually kind of go back to being as unique as you'd expect an archer with ballistics to be.
Yeah, now second TC, but on the home island for MBL. And that's kind of rough on Pacific Islands when eventually this runs out of resources and they'll have to transport all those vills to the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Migration Team Game where you can just farm there forever because you just don't want to do much farming anyway. That also reminds me, I miss Team Game tournaments.
Oh, well, we have Rage Forest this summer.
We do, but I like me some Migration Team Game, man. That was so fun in Nations Cup.
All right, well, the monks come over to convert the elephant archers. They get 3 conversions and all the monks die. But now it's going to be 3 versus 2 elephant archers, and just like Hulk versus Hulk, this is going to take a while.
Oh, yes. It is the most thrilling fight in all of Age of Empires, is Elephant Archer v. Elephant Archer. Well, 82 vills to 72, so there are the fruits of ACCM's pressures. He has killed a decent number of eco of his opponent. It's also 3 relics per player. Burgundians still with unnerfed relic generation, so that's good for MBL. Having Fervor as well, and this game is still marching on without anybody getting a clear advantage.
But what do you mean unnerfed relic generation?
In the next patch, they're nerfing Burgundians' relics, so they only generate 2 food for every 3 gold instead of 1 food for every 1 gold.
Oh, okay.
Which I think is a good change.
I guess
nerf some bit on close maps.
Are they still doing the thing where they change the cost of their eco upgrades?
They are.
That's silly.
I think that lower level players really struggle with Burgundians because there's a lot of intentionality that's in all of their bonuses, so I think that's just hard for casual players to utilize.
That's fine.
I mean, I personally think that it's okay if there are civs
you have to learn how to use.
It's okay to have tough civs so long as there are also easy civs, but there are plenty of easy civs in AoE too, so I don't get it. Anyway, Iron Casting coming in. It is very important for the Hulks versus fire ships and galleys. It doesn't matter in Hulk v Hulk, but it really does matter versus the other two ships. So still nice that MBL is picking that up. It also will help his cavalry units. And yet, ACCM might be first up to the Imperial Age.
What is 12 over 3 for?
I think that was the EcoKD at the time.
Could also be either the 12th of March or the 3rd of December.
Or it could just be a fraction of 4 that somebody forgot to simplify.
Or just thought it was clearer not to simplify.
Ah, that's true.
Depending on context.
That's true. Anyway, Imp is on the way for both players. You're like 25 to 30 seconds faster here as ACCM. MBL did get that 4th relic, though, so that's going to be a nice advantage for him over the course of the game. Another castle coming in. Burgundians don't have heated shot, unless I am mistaken. They do not. I mean, what am I if I don't know which civs have heated shot and which don't? I mean, what use am I to the community?
Ornlu, this is sad. There's an elephant fight on the right, and I thought it would last forever because monks were healing, but the Rathas came over, and a tiger came over.
Oh, no.
But the Rathas are attacking an elephant, and they don't see the monk that's healing because it's hidden behind another elephant.
Tragedy.
Oh, no, they killed it, though.
Tragedy. But how are things going to stand when we get to the Imperial Age? MBL has a fair bit of navy, a little bit more for sure.
I mean, it should just be ACCM's able to do shipwright and then win water with the better navy, right?
I mean, that's what you would think. You also have the HP regeneration, which is really nice to have in like big galley v galley fights or fire v fire fights. But I'm curious. You do have good cannon galleons as the Burgundians. They do benefit from the extra attack. And you also have vineyards that you could potentially get for MBL, as well as, of course, all those relics. Yes, Burgundians get Elite Cannon Galleon.
Elite Cannon Galleon, no siege engineers, but extra attack.
So it's basically like a
So less
slightly
range.
better version of Siege Engineers that also applies to attack versus units, but you miss the range.
Yeah.
So it's a fair trade.
Yeah, but you missed the most important part, though, which is the range.
Well, for Cannon Galleons, I would argue that the range isn't really the most important thing. For Bombard Cannons it is, but not for Cannon Galleons.
Yeah, so it is indeed heavy demo and incendiaries that the Bengalis miss in Imp. How good is incendiaries? I've never really seen it play out that effectively.
Okay. What Incendiaries is really nice at doing is punishing, at least a little bit, a bunch of Hulks that jump you, because the Hulks are always going to be in range of the Incendiaries explosion. It's not like an enormous game changer, but it's definitely nice to have, especially in like larger scale fights.
Yeah. And Byzantines miss that, right? So they don't have fully upgraded fires anymore.
That is correctest. Chinese also miss it. So the two best fire
But to be
ships-
fair, though, with the extra range of Greek fire, you're not in range to explode anyway.
Yeah. Oh man, fast fire ships are so silly. Guys, get masonry. It blocks all of the bonus damage that fire ships deal. I keep saying it. I feel like I'm yelling to the clouds, T-West. No one ever listens to me.
Yell at those clouds, Ornlu.
I do.
Yell at those clouds.
I do
The
a lot.
Children are wrong.
Well, Monastery is going to go down. Watchtower shooting the fast fire ships there.
Oh, shipwrights at the university now.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They took away all the text from the docs because they wanted to simplify the UI, so it's just one super cluttered doc tech page, and the university is one super cluttered page.
Why couldn't they have just added one more column to the UI?
No, that would be impossible.
Then we could get rid of that silly Ratha thing where forever they didn't have the separate modes for or hotkeys for swapping modes
Is there-
because they didn't have room on the UI for the extra button.
Yep. Just had one more lane, yeah, for sure. Well, block printing coming in on the monks. No theocracy, though, for the Burgundians does make those monks a little bit tough to use in the late game. That said, ACCM has established a beachhead on his opponent's island. He's securing one of the golds on his opponent's island, which is really nice. So he is still setting himself up pretty well. He's also grabbing pikes to help out his Rathas and remaining Elephant Archer, I guess.
Yeah. And he's Trebbing. And he's Vil fighting. So MBL in full, I don't know what to do with my Vils mode. He's got 22 Vils on his home island. His Vils in the middle are running back and forth to fight elephants, fight Rathas, and build castles. And he's deleted the TCs on his starting island too, so nothing else back there other than a monastery and a relic.
We have incendiaries coming in for MBL.
Ooh, okay. I'll get to see it then.
Yep.
They also, the fires have a charge attack now due to the siphons, right?
Yep. That's actually, I think, a little bit more helpful even than incendiaries is, but I haven't done enough testing really to know for sure. Anyway, MBL with a little bit of a doubt castle right now, but it's going to be all right. The issue is the trebuchets. You already have cannon galleons out here for ACCM, and honestly, guys, I just don't know if MBL knows how to win a post-imp water map like this against somebody like ACCM.
I just think he doesn't have the civ for it.
I mean, I don't think he has the civ for it, but if the civs were reversed, I still think ACCM would win it.
And here come the cannon galleons too.
Like, I mean, yes, Bengalis have a better post-imp navy, but it's not, like, that much of a difference that I don't think the better player would win. Castle's going to go down. It's going to be another castle set up here on the island of MBL as ACCM is slowly but steadily pushing his opponent into the water.
Pushing someone into the water, that sounds violent.
Yeah, man. Very violent. MBL is trying to take those mangrove forests right there, which I think is actually a nice touch to the map that to get the late game wood control, you have to put your Vils really exposed, so I do like that touch, but skirmishers feel like they don't really accomplish a whole heck of a lot right now, and at the moment, you just don't really have a lot going for you as MBL. Trying to make bombard cannons, but that siege workshop's going to get immediately sniped by the enemy cannon galleons with siege engineers.
Yeah, look at the golden cannon on those elite cannon galleons.
Oh my, yes. It's a big cannon, too. They definitely increased the cannon size from AOC.
I mean, the gold cannons are actually smaller than the gray ones on the non-elite cannon galleons.
I mean, like, just compared to, like, the AOC icon for cannon galleons.
Did they?
I feel like they did.
Maybe the icon.
They were pretty stumpy. Anyway, ACCM is going to be falling back a little bit here. I don't think he grabbed Heated Shot yet. No, he did not.
Either way, you can't really fight under the castles.
Nah, I mean, castles just do a lot of damage no matter what. The innuendo was not lost on me, Malamondra. Okay. But yeah, Masonry coming in. That's always nice, but it feels like MBL, all he's doing is just dying slowly. And sure, that's the first step to turning a game around like this, but it feels like he's not really able to do anything proactive on the map.
Ornlu, this is ACCM versus MBL. Dying slowly is going to happen.
That's
a
true.
lot.
That's very true. Still, you need to do something a bit more proactive here. And
okay, one big fight on water. The fires are doing their incendiaries explosions. The cannon galleons in the back are shooting their cannonballs, and looks like ACCM's going to push and take a 4K score lead. So he's almost at that mythical 5K score lead.
Almost there. You also have plate barding armor coming in, so you can raid with light cav if you really want to. And it just feels like the game plan getting into Imperial Age was so much more clear for ACCM. He got the better naval composition, he got the forward castles on his opponent's island, immediately got the trebuchets out, and also won on water. It was just like, across the board, all better from ACCM.
Now there's Mahayana for ACCM, so he's getting ready to go over 200 pop and add more bills.
Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh, that fire is trapped for MBL. You see that?
Oh, it's dancing. It's dancing hard, man.
It's dancing.
But honestly, like, is this just a real weakness for MBL at this point? That because tournaments like, it feels like every tournament you will have a map draft that has more water maps than land maps, like this one. Like, how far can MBL get if he just can't really compete with the best players on water maps at all?
Yeah, water maps feel very different. Back in the day, you'd pick water maps because you had a very clean build and you were confident in your galley micro. Now you kind of pick them... I mean, you do pick them as a home map, but I don't feel like they're as specialized as they were in the past. And it's just kind of generic, gives advantage to the better player on water maps. Just like in general.
Yeah, and it's just so many maps, right? And that's going to be the GG called there from ACCM. It just, the game was still competitive going into Castle Age, but just as soon as Imperial Age came in, everything fell apart there for MBL. And
yeah, you can see that on the military graphs too, because ACCM pulls ahead and MBL just dies.
We
saw some elephant archers. We saw some monks. At least there is something happening.
Yeah, that is rough though for MBL, and I mean, like I said, there are more water maps than land maps in this pool. So if you want to win the series, you need to win at least one.
Now, hopefully we do see a non-water map though, because Crownwood is there.
Yep.
Could be the next map. MBL gets to pick now.
And at the very least, if we do go to Ring Nomad, ACCM Civ is at least going to be somewhat atypical and probably worse than the Malay that MBL will be picking there. We'll have to see. MBL probably going to go, though, to Crownwood, and it will probably be Byzantines versus Wei.
I mean, he could go Celts.
Barely water. It's still absolutely determined by whoever wins water fastest.
I mean, he could just FC Huang on Ring Nomad, although we saw Viper try to FC on Ring Nomad, and that didn't work.
It's not good. Unless ACCM does a Viper.
Does a Viper. Yeah. I also edited Ring Nomad to make the woodlines a bit more fair.
I don't think there's any saving that map, but at least you tried.
No. Ornlu, the map poll expires in 8 minutes. Let's vote for maps.
Oh, I already did that yesterday.
Okay, I'm going to vote while we wait. Give
me
some map advice. Okay. So what do we have for 1v1s? We got Enclosed Frigid Lake, Shipwreck, Canal. Why is there so much water?
I know.
Then Nomad, Vulpine, and Enclosed. Sure, then. Okay, Amazing Tunnel, Fortified Clearing, and oh gosh, Team Glaciers. No.
Isn't it exciting?
Mega random. Dingoes. Let's see, we have the bad version of Cape of Storms. African Clearing. So African Clearing and Mega Random are going to win, right? And we're influencing the third map. This is going to be Amazon Tunnel, African Clearing, and Mega Random, I think. That's going to be the winning maps.
Yeah, most likely.
Wait, why is... Oh, Nomad is there. Okay. At least Cliffbound's a land map. The less... Right. Vote for that. Alright. We've done our patriotic duty of voting for the maps. And Crownwood will indeed be the next map, and it will indeed be Byzantines versus Vietnamese.
Interesting. Because we have MBL going for Byzantines, and that was certainly the clear pick for him, given his choices. ACCM could have gone for Wei. And, I mean, to be fair, Wei and Vietnamese are both two of the biggest power creeper civs out there. But I wonder if there's a reason that he might have thought Vietnamese had a better matchup versus Byzantines than did the Wei.
Hold on, I just spelled Byzantines correctly. There we are. Spelling's hard. So, I mean, the Way could just be saved for Ring Nomad, though.
That is true. But it feels like
Yeah, the
Wei are
Vietnamese,
insane
they
on
can
this map.
outskirm the Byzantines. Yeah, the Vietnamese can outskirm the Byzantines. Well, although Byzantines should be pretty good with their camels against the Way, I'd think.
I mean, yeah, insofar as Byzantines can, in theory, counter everything. Vietnamese, though, I mean, to be fair, they have a much better eco than Byzantines. They have the better skirmishers than Byzantines, and they've got fire lancers, which Byzantines don't like dealing with unless they get cataphracts out.
Yeah, I mean, there can be periods where cataphracts kill the Vietnamese. But you need a really good eco for the Byzantines there. And this is a map where you don't have many extra resources.
Yeah.
You have your standard player golds, and then there are 2 4-tile golds towards the middle. So getting to cataphracts is going to be expensive and difficult.
And I think just being able to out-tempo Vietnamese is going to be almost impossible, because Vietnamese have a, probably top 10, top 12 eco. And
Top 12, that is putting them with a lot of other civs ahead of them.
What? That made no sense.
Top 12? I mean, you think 11 civs have a better eco than the Vietnamese?
Possibly.
Okay, name all 11.
Oh my goodness. All right. Humans, Poles, Wei, Chinese, Vikings, Khmer, Burgundians, Persians. That's 8. Maybe they're 9.
You said 11.
I mean, it was guessing, man. No, it's
Khmer are better eco than the Vietnamese.
Oh, Bengalis, Romans. Okay, there's 10. Okay, so Bengalis are 11, or Vietnamese are 11. Khitans,
Okay,
it's debatable, I'd say.
Khitan's pastures were nerfed a bit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They were nerfed.
Anyway, so on this map, it is the open category instead of semi-open, and it was playing like a semi-open map. So we made a couple of changes to it. Changes involved all these little straggler forests around, the oak trees you see at the bottom. They were moved from around the players, so you can't wall with them. And then the little hills, they now have Ornlu's favorite map scripting feature, 1 tile of unbuildable rock terrain around the base.
Yes, because we couldn't have a map that just was a normal land map. That was unacceptable.
Nope.
We have to make it the most artificially aggressive map possible.
And it will be aggressive for MBL because he will be adding in some militia from that barracks. And like in going men-at-arms, potentially with skirms as the Byzantines.
Yeah, this Kilimanjaro is this freaking semi-open map.
I mean, what else do you call Kilimanjaro?
An open map?
You think Kilimanjaro is open? You're so far apart, though. I don't think that's open.
Yeah, but it's like almost impossible to wall. Or like you wall yourself in the corner of the base, but like your wood lines are so minuscule that you just die there anyway. To me, a semi-open map is, can you go for a viable FC build, or like a Drush FC, that isn't a Phosphorus?
You don't think you can do that on Kilimanjaro?
I do not think you can do that on Kilimanjaro. I think you die horribly.
Do you think you can do that here? You probably go 2P into Blackwood Archers.
But that is more like a Phosphorus type thing, isn't it?
I guess so. Okay, well, here's one Vil from ACCM being picked off by MBL.
Yeah.
So there are those Byzantine men-at-arms right off the bat getting a Vil kill.
They sure are, and that is exactly the sort of start you're looking for here as MBL. If you can do anything with Byzantines that just gives you an early eco lead, you are just cruising with this Civ, because
Yeah, you are.
that is not something that you normally get, and in a very passive game, you will just usually fall behind. Not going to be the case here, though, as MBL is already keeping his opponent on the back foot, and he is ahead by almost 200 resources.
Yeah. So how does being far apart make it less open? Because the farther apart you are, the more time you have to wall before the enemy gets to you. The more time you have to get your base set up.
And yet, if you have no resources that you can protect, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. But, I mean, Crownwood is kind of what you'd expect from an aggressive map, aside from the fact that you're far apart and the hill in the middle makes you even farther because you have to go around the wood line. It's not just a straight line you can walk back and forth to each other.
Oh, come on. It's like almost a straight line. There might be like 3 or 4 tiles. Oh, look at that. Scout gets
nice
trapped.
quick wall. A nice quick wall from MBL. He needs to force that game 5 here, so he has to react for quick walls at the right time.
Yeah, to me, a great example of a semi-open map is Ghost Lake. Ghost Lake, far apart, you can drush FC, you can go for feudal aggression.
It's probably the classic semi-open map.
Yeah.
You have all those memories of plumed archers and siege rams in the middle of Ghost Lake.
Watching all the plumed archers shoot siege rams.
Yeah. But I think what we're kind of seeing here, and why I'd say this map almost fits more the semi-open category, is what's going on. Both players, they're just kind of camping at home with their armies. They don't need to be active. It's not like Border Dispute where they're right on top of each other and fighting with skirms all feudal. There's just a few men-at-arms chasing around on the outside. MBL did his damage, but now he can stay at home for the most part.
Well, I mean, in part, it's also
the
civs are both inherently defensive, but on top of that, I mean, this is just the meta. This is what players choose to do. You can go aggressive if you want to. It's just that most of these guys prefer to play passively.
Yeah, they like the Skirm Wars, and these two civs are probably among the skirmiest of all civs, with extra HP for the Vietnamese and the discount for the Byzantines.
Indeed. We have Horsecollar now coming in for ACCM. MBL was not able to pick that one up earlier, but still 0 seconds idle TC time to 31 seconds. I mean, he is just having such a smooth economy by comparison. And Men-at-Arms coming in here. And without fletching, the Men-at-Arms are still pretty scary. But of course, just as I say that, fletching is queued up. And with the hill there, the skirmishers are doing just fine.
Yeah, and honestly, skirms work against men-at-arms once you get 8 or 9 of them.
Yeah.
You kill the men-at-arms fast enough as you retreat that the men-at-arms no longer really threaten you.
Indeed. Now we have the second range coming in here for MBL, so he's going to try and out-skirm his opponent with his superior skirming skills.
Well, he is Byzantines, and if there's one player who likes skirms, it is MBL.
Very true. And yet the numbers are, at this moment, better here for ACCM, and he has the higher quality units, so it's a tricky situation, but with the high ground, you're in a good spot to defend this wood line. And the wood line's, of course, very, very difficult to control for either player.
Yeah, now with the hill, MBL can... Well, I guess the hill doesn't actually give you an advantage in the skirm war.
Not in the skirm war, no.
No.
Because the rounding happens before the bonus damage is calculated, right?
Yeah, you could pick off the spears more effectively.
Yes.
But skirm versus skirm, the hill doesn't matter.
And yet, the micro is what matters, and that is being done better here by ACCM. Has a 2-to-1 KD. And to be fair, his skirms also take 2 additional javelins to go down, which does help.
Yep, and he is also forward, so MBL's reinforcements will arrive faster than his. So eventually ACCM will lose the fight, just based on the numbers, but he's getting the best value out of it that he can.
Absolutely. Now, behind this, both players are at least relatively close to Castle Age, but what I like here from ACCM is he's got Horsecollar and Wheelbarrow. I absolutely love it when people playing Vietnamese get that Wheelbarrow upgrade in Feudal Age. It's just a great way to sort of leverage that advantage you get over your opponent. Most other civs can't justify doing that.
Yep, because not only does it not cost wood, but it's researched faster. And because it's researched so much faster, you're not putting yourself 3 vils behind like a normal civ is.
Yeah, and it's one of those upgrades that's...
1.5 vils.
It's so good to have on the way up to Castle Age, because your TC isn't working, and you're just getting all those probably like 15 to 20 farms, in this case 19, working at a much faster rate, around 15%.
And if you do get faced with a sneak attack, you can run your Vils away.
Yes, I mean, the utility of the faster movement speed is always nice to have. And that said, MBL, with the power of the market, is going to be up faster. He's going to be on 3 ranges. And US, this is going to be a lot of skirmishers.
But could ACCM just go Fire Lancer now?
Are Fire Lancers good enough against that many skirmishers?
I guess that's true. It's going to be a lot of skirms. But with all the HP the Vietnamese have, right? They get to 78 HP on the Fire Lancer. Is that it?
I think it's 72, but
Maybe it's 72.
you might be right.
But it's a lot of HP.
It is
Well,
a lot of
that's second
HP.
range, so
But no Gambesons for the Vietnamese, thankfully. Oh my goodness, that'd be horrible if they had Gambesons.
oh,
So-
okay, yeah. Oh
They
yeah,
will take
without
2 damage.
Gambesons, then yeah, the skirms will be fine.
Yeah, Koreans and Etons and Jurchens are the ones that have Gambesons. It is Vietnamese and Chinese that don't have Gambesons.
They don't. Yeah, okay, so without Gambesons, the skirms will actually do just fine against the Fire Lancers. 2 damage, and there'll be enough of them that the Fire Lancers will go down. So the armor here actually probably would be more important than the HP in the skirm matchup.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Bodkin's going to be in here for MBL. Cannot quite afford the Elite Skirmisher upgrade yet. He is making some camels. I guess worried about maybe a stray knight or 2 to harass the skirmishers, but as it stands, that is not the case. It is all skirmishers all day from both players. The eco is actually still a little bit better even for MBL, so great job maintaining that economy. Forward Siege Workshop coming in, and that is just not something you're going to be happy dealing with here as ACCM.
MBL's housed.
Well, I mean, it's MBL. It's like, you know, what water is wet.
And there's the workshop. And what are we going to get from it from MBL?
I would assume a mangonel. Oh, this is getting weird,
Well, he
though.
doesn't have the res for it.
Skirms are coming in, though, T-West, and 1 watchtower is going to be woefully insufficient. The knight is going to have +1 defense, but even that's probably not going to be enough once Elite Skirmisher comes in here in a second, and right now, ACCM is just walking past his opponent. I don't know
And
about
ACCM's skirms maybe get to the wood line, but he's somewhat walled out. MBL going to come forward with camels to deal with knights. And if you have skirms and you start doing the armor upgrades, then you can sit under towers for a bit. Without the armor, no. But once both +1 and +2 come in, then you can think about it for a bit.
Yeah, but at this point, MBL does not have any armor upgrades, so not really able to sit underneath the towers. Meanwhile, ACCM doesn't either. And that does matter at this point.
Yeah, it does. Also, with the limited gold on the map, MBL in a spot, he could deny 2 of ACCM's gold mines with those skirms.
That's a great location for them. Nice job from ACCM saving the low HP villagers, though. Siege Workshop, though, not utilized at all so far, so not really the best value there for ACCM. And both players are going to be content with the 1 TC for now.
Yeah, well, also another map where you have to ask where do you place the TCs, because you can't really place them on a wood line until you chop so much of the wood line that maybe it's not worth defending.
Yeah,
And then your other resources don't have wood next to them.
So you just have to build it next to some of the mineral resources because that's the best you could do, and ACCM is demonstrating that right here as he is building a TC over on that stone. And Rattan Archers are a very good unit against Byzantines in general.
Oh, they're also a good unit in general.
Yeah. It's okay. Vietnamese have an amazing unique unit, a great archery range, a great stable all throughout most of the game, and a great barracks unit, and also a top economy.
And yeah, they're one of those and Fire Lancer civs.
Yep. It's almost like Vietnamese were already a little too good, and then they got Fire Lancers on top of it.
Yeah, that's just like the Chinese. I really don't like the design of the Chinese now that they don't have camels. I thought they were more interesting before when they had camel without the Fire Lancer, but at the very least there was a trade-off when they got Fire Lancer. Here,
Yeah.
the Vietnamese, they just get, oh, archery range bonus. Let's give it to the Fire Lancer too. Why not?
I mean, at the very least, the Chinese Fire Lancer bonus as well is the weakest of the Fire Lancer bonuses. So, although Fire Lancers are inherently very good, they don't really feel oppressive with Chinese. And they also, I think, feel perfectly fine for Jurchens and Khitons. Like, good, but not broken. It's really just Koreans and Vietnamese, which historically shouldn't even get Fire Lancers in the first place, as they were a Chinese thing.
Yeah, but it does at the very least feel like the Korean Fire Lancers just kind of get everything, right? They get the discount, they get the Gambesons.
They miss Blast Furnace, but who cares? They have a 50% wood discount.
Yeah, I mean, Blast Furnace is probably the least important of all the blacksmith techs.
Yep. Well, both players are on 2 TCs. ACCM, really good eco upgrades, though. So again, I really like it when people actively try and leverage that Vietnamese bonus. MBL is with some rams, though, or at least a ram for now, and he's going to start to apply pressure to these buildings.
Yes, the Vietnamese, you really do need to do those eco upgrades if you want to be that top 12 economy. And
that is exactly what ACCM is doing. And again, there is the intentionality there that is at least nice as far as the bonus goes. It just feels a little much for Vietnamese right now.
And now third relic coming in for MBL. Will the monk path to the monastery? Yes, ACCM not sniping it off.
Well, the monk will die eventually anyway, and both players with skirmishers in each other's base. That said, MBL with the power of Byzantines, with his 3 ranges and that 25% discount. It is really, really tough to stop this. There are no mangonels out here for ACCM. Okay, just now, as I say that, he queues one up. He's still a little ways off from a castle, though, and those ranges are really starting to go down.
Yeah, they are. No ranges, no skirms. And the ram push has nothing to stop it. The knights have only 1 armor, so the skirms will still be doing 2 damage to them.
And you have the camels there anyway.
Cart for MBL.
And right there, yes, it's the Gobi Desert and the Taklamakan Desert that have the camels in China. But both of those areas would be inhabited by the Khitons and or the Uyghurs, which is why Chinese don't have camels anymore, because the Chinese no longer represent those people.
So handcart, padded archer armor for MBL. Armor for the skirms now so they can sit under more fire. ACCM also needs to be careful about his wood lines because he has 2 towers guarding the remnants of 1 hill in the back of the map. And once he finishes chopping the rest of that wood, of which he has, if I can click this properly, only 600 left among all those trees, then he's gonna struggle. He needs to go to one of those other 2 wood lines on those hills, and MBL with his forward is basically controlling both of them.
Yeah, and like that's the thing, is that it feels like the most important time on this map is that transition to another wood line. Because you go for the 1 wood line that you probably have at the back of your base, you defend that, but then it runs out, then you're like, okay, what next? You need to secure another area of the map. Now, this castle is going to be very important. Is it going to go up? The mangonels are going to get sniped. The castle isn't up yet.
There are rams pushing the castles, too. The mangonel gets a big hit on all those villagers. The castle's only at 87%.
Oh, my goodness.
ACCM sending the entire village. Oh, that's a big mangonel shot. This is going to be a big one, too.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
97%. It does go up, but the mangonel behind it is destroyed.
Well, both mangonels are going to go down, but you still have a bunch of units here camping the base of the castle, and the rams are doing a ton of damage here. Okay, 1 more mangonel coming out. That, I mean, you still need to save the castle, and even still, you've lost a ton of villagers as ACCM. Your eco is a complete disaster. The castle will stand, though.
It has now 25-3 eco KD, and MBL will get a 3rd TC added in, as does ACCM. But ACCM still doesn't really have wood access. He will destroy the rams and defend the castle, but that castle got down to 800 hit points.
An imp is on the way for MBL, so able to really utilize that nice discount with those skirmishers. His eco has been much safer all game long. He's ahead in everything collected except stone, so he is going to be getting a good Imperial Age time, and ACCM is really, really struggling now.
Yeah, and ACCM will have to deal with the Byzantine forward castle imp treb push, even the cannon push if MBL does chemistry. MBL sending the Vills forward now, only 7, but if ACCM doesn't find that, then there'll be a castle up probably on the middle hill and in perfect treb range.
Yeah, it feels like ACCM going to have a very tough route to victory in this game if he has one at all. MBL still in a decent spot defensively, all things considered. I mean, he has Byzantines after all. Castle's in a good spot forward, and right now, Imp, Bracer, Trebs, I'm not sure what stops that.
Yeah, Byzantines, this is what the Byzantines want to do. Faster Imp, faster Trebs, and that castle's already so weak. I mean, honestly, this one ram might even be able to finish it off.
I mean, if you're not paying attention, yeah, it would. I mean, this is a decent counterattack, all things considered, but it just feels like it's one of those too little, too late sort of situations, as Imp is now less than a minute away. The castle's up in a good spot, defensive guard towers, because that's all the rage with the kids these days. And I'm not entirely sure what ACCM is going to be able to accomplish here.
The skirms need to fall back, but guard tower defense is in now, so where'd he even push? MBL has been split up on 2 wood lines this whole game, so it's not like he has to abandon a hill and run somewhere else like ACCM did. He's not under that same timing pressure to move to another hill.
Yeah, and that was just in part because ACCM tried to structure his base to defend only the 1 wood line, whereas MBL tried to spread out a little bit. There is the GG called, and we have a tied series, and that's great and all, but we're out of land maps for MBL.
Oh well, it's Ring Nomad. It's a nomad map, not a land map. I mean, look at that military population for MBL, and it's so weird seeing that's the military graph for someone who won, right?
Yep.
But he was in control of that game ever since he got some early damage. Was ahead in the Skirm War. Was Byzantines in the Skirm War, and ACCM did not have a good enough eco with his top 12 eco civ.
He did not. And that just goes to show that you still have to be the better AoE player. People put too much stock in civs in general.
I agree.
And that is MBL's #1 home civ and home map. So far, everybody has won their home maps. TUS thinks that Ring Nomad isn't a hybrid map or a water map. We'll have to see.
I just think it's a map that's whoever does the Nomad better wins.
I don't know. It's not really a Nomad map.
So right here we have 2 civ choices for MBL. Maya or Wei. Then we have 2 for ACCM. Maya or Wei. Then for MBL, Malay or Celts. What if this is Celts versus Wei?
I mean, I guess that's okay for Celts. I guess. But it feels like it's Malay versus Mayans.
I feel like it has to be Malay, surely, for MBL. But for ACCM, it's his top 2 civs. Yeah. He has some flexibility there.
Are Wei such a stupid civ that you literally play them on every single map archetype? Because we have seen them on open maps, semi-open maps, closed maps, hybrid maps. I did see them once on shorelines. We've seen them on nomad maps, and we've seen them on the chaotic maps.
Maybe you wouldn't play them on Michi.
Well, that's not in the map pool.
Should it be?
Well, you're the one in charge of the map pool.
Would you play Wei if we had a seasons category? What if we had a category that was Highland, Seasons, and Golden Stream?
I still think you could play Wei there.
Right, well, Ring Nomad, our final game. And Ring into Nomad. With I'm going to take my guesses of way against Malay.
Well, we will have to see. They are still in the lobby, and this is a very important match because the winner will go on to face Leary, and the loser will go on to face Lewis. So we could easily see these guys meeting up again in the final round.
Yeah, and of course Lewis would be an elimination match.
Yes.
So you would prefer to face Leary rather than Lewis in all likelihood.
Yeah, that's the thing with the GSL style groups, is that I feel like you get, if it's highest seed versus lowest seed and then the two middle seeds, you just get the situation where it's like, okay, the 2 and 3 seeds just face in the final round again anyway, so it's kind of like the first series.
You can always do the 18 GSL instead of the 14 one, which I like more because that prevents the
that's true.
repeat. Because in that case, instead of you have still the 4 groups, but then instead of the rematch, you swap groups for the decider matches. Alright, so still waiting for them to launch. While we wait, Ornlu, hold down the fort.
Fort will be held down.
Run to the bathroom.
The nonsense situation with Sato from last year, they do, because that was a full-on group stage thing. Now it's just you need to win no matter what. Oh, now we have the randos joining. The nonsense situation with Sato. So Sato was in a situation where if he lost, because Hera made lost some random game in the group stage, Sato, if he won, would have to face Hera 1 round sooner. So basically, Sato was in a situation where it made sense for him to throw his game so he didn't have to face Hera. And then he lost anyway to ACCM, I think, so it literally didn't matter. All right, guys. Oh, MBL actually is literally picking purple here, so we don't even need to change his color. But hope you're all enjoying our first set of the day today. Is going to be a nice one here that's going to go to game number 5. Didn't lose us. Well, there was some reason that he would have had to face Hera sooner. Yes, Hera versus Classic Pro is the next set. Isn't disrespect? Is it something that Sato should have done in the situation? I mean, it depends on whose perspective it is. If you're Sato, yes. If you're the tournament organizer, no. It all depends on your point of view. Encouraging a player not to win a set? Well, really, the issue is that the tournament structure allowed that in the first place. It was a flaw of the tournament structure. I mean, I don't think you can blame a player for doing whatever it takes to win. That, however, there is a very vague sportsmanship rule in all tournaments in the Unified Handbook, so that could be seen as not in the
There
spirit
was
of the
no
tournament.
Unified Handbook then, Ornlu.
Oh, back then there wasn't a Unified Handbook?
There was not.
I thought they did that 2 years ago.
Nope.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're doomed.
The first, I think, because I had cartographers, that was after Warlords, and I managed to avoid the shenanigans with the needing the Unified Handbook. So,
okay.
yeah. I think Sudden Disaster was the second one to use it, and the first one was the LY Cup.
Yes, because I did...
That had the complete, if you excuse my language, the complete bowl of disqualifying licks from the tournament.
Oh, yes, yes. Also, you literally didn't even swear in the first place. Oh my goodness.
I mean, you're from Chicago.
Yeah.
So I had to just let you know I was going to reference your basketball team.
Yes. I try not to have think about the polls, to be fair. But yeah, because we also did Valhalla, and that didn't have the Unified Handbook either. But Malay here for MBL to the northwest and to the southeast in the Cyan as the Mayans, the Cyan Mayans, if you will. It will be ACCM.
Oh, I will. Also, this map, I made an adjustment to it. There used to be potentially different numbers of fish. Now I have it set up so that every one of these lakes for both players is perfectly balanced. There is one great fish marlin with 350 food. There are 3 salmon with 225 food, and there are 4 perch with 200 food.
Ah. I never knew why perch had 25 less food than the other deep fish that weren't marlins.
Want to know something else random? These oak trees that we have, the oak forest trees, the terrain next to ACCM's TC, they have 30 HP. All other trees in the game have 20 HP.
But they still go down into lumberjack swings.
They do, because lumberjacks do 15 damage. Yep. If the oak forest trees are uphill and the hill penalty is applied to the attacks, it takes 3 swings to fall them.
Yep. That's kind of weird. I don't think that's the original oak tree, though. I think they added a different type of oak tree.
Now, this is the original forest terrain. If you see the straggler tree, like the singleton oak trees, those have 20 HP. But the ones when they're in the forest actually have 30. Like where MBL's lowering his boar, there are a couple of singleton stragglers, 20 HP. The forest, they're 30.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Regardless, ACCM is a villager ahead. I'm pretty curious about Mayans here. Malay are just going to be a top-tier civ on this map in general. And yet, Mayans are always, like, okay. So long as it's not like a full-on closed map, Mayans always feel competitive.
Maya are Maya, right? They can go plumed archers, they can go eagles, or they can just go lots and lots and lots of crossbows. Which these days it feels like it's usually the lots and lots and lots of crossbows play.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of people just really leaning into the Eagle Warrior play as Mayans. It feels like Aztecs just do that better. A little bit of idle time for ACCM. He is actually going to be clicking up to a very quick feudal age. This is pretty different than what we see most of the time on this map, which is usually at least going up on like 28-ish population with 2 docks. MBL already on 2 docks of his own.
Yeah, and this map will have the nomad situation of it's kind of hard to apply early pressure because of how well the TC defends your wood line. But MBL's base actually has very scattered golds and stones that are not really next to the TC or next to the starting wood.
It is interesting. Oh, look at that campaign mining camp T-West. Oh, I love it. I love it,
for
love
ACCM.
it. Yeah, for ACCM.
It's just like on-2 resources, but perfectly inefficient for both of them after the first tile, or if you want to put more than 2 or 3 fills on them.
Well, to be fair, you could put the mining camp on the other side and it would be perfectly efficient, but then you're just too close to the water. But yeah, ACCM,
I mean, if you lose water, you kind of lose this game, right? So you might as well just put it on the other side.
That's true. Not that I think it really matters all that much. But even you said it. If you lose water, you lose the game. Which means it is a hybrid map / water map.
Unless you lose water, but then YOLO castle drop in the face of your opponent and they lose their TC.
It's possible, but unlikely. Archery range coming in, so ACCM is going to be attempting to apply pressure here on the land. That said, you're up against the Malay, and Malay Eco these days feels even better than on hybrid maps than it did back in the day, because, like, it used to be you'd click up with the same number of fishing ships and 2 more villagers. Now, because you make more fishing ships in Dark Age, you end up with more fishing ships and more vills, if you've noticed that.
Well, it's good to have more fishing ships.
Yes.
Let's see, I like this map, but my favorite was Pants map, which is not used anymore. Pants. That's one of those T90 maps.
It's one of those T90 maps, yeah.
Yeah.
It was called Bay, was the actual name of the map.
It was called Bay, but it's really Pants.
Yep.
Someone called Evacuation butt cheeks. I thought that was an appropriate description of the shape.
An appropriate description of how the map played. Oh my goodness, that was...
Ornlu not a fan of Evacuation.
I liked it the first time we saw it in Hidden Cup, and then I thought it was awful in every tournament afterwards. Oh, transport
So
chip goes
Tower
down.
Rush. Tower Rush for ACCM. MBL will come out with the Vills to fight the tower.
Indeed, there is a single archer on the field, but no fletching, and not quite the second range yet. MBL has a ton of villagers here. It's going to be able to punch down the tower quite quickly.
It's not going to go up. ACCM is going to need to delete that and get his stone back.
Yeah.
Does he get the stone back? He doesn't. He doesn't delete it.
Oh,
He just lets it
wow.
go down. Well, it was 90%, but MBL is just like, I'm not going to tower rush today. I'll fight with my Vills. Tower defensively on his gold. He has a decent mining camp, but didn't try to double mining camp. We'll have to long distance the stone.
Well, that'll be enough in the
An
short
extra
run.
3 tiles.
Oh, but villagers are getting low. The archers are here. No fletching yet still, but the villagers are helping out, and that's going to be 1 to 2 dead villagers, and there's number 2. So, yes, you have a fishing ship lead as MBL, but can't say that this has been completely ineffective here for our Cyan player.
And we'll have even that house from ACCM laming the lumber camp. Market for MBL. Does MBL try to go up here? Or is that just a market so he has a market? Because he doesn't have a military building yet.
He also doesn't have a blacksmith, so I think that's just to have a market to buy a second tower if need be. Because he's got plenty
So
of
what does
gold.
you buy a second tower to mine the stone and then do more towers?
That's using your noggin. That's how you yo dog. I heard you like towers, so I'm a tower while you tower.
Yeah, well, there's immediately buying the stone, and that's the counter tower. The second tower on the wood line. He can't Vill fight this one because the archers are out in time.
Yes, and they have fletching
And
at
it
this
feels
point, so
like-
the Vills would die much quicker. That said, I think this tower might get denied, actually. Oh, no, perfect placement there for ACCM.
Or just imperfect from MBL not being close enough to deny it. But second tower for MBL, he's buying more stone. He's doing fletching.
Actually,
And also, fletching no longer decreases the number of arrows that your tower shoots with 4 Vills, so you can always do fletching in the tower war.
yeah, actually, I realized.
Even
you
though
were
it doesn't
right,
affect
because
anything.
MBL placed the tower second. Yeah, there was no reason to place the tower there where you couldn't shoot the villagers of the other tower.
Yeah, he who towers second towers best, usually, unless they mess up.
I seem to recall saying that many times throughout my esteemed casting career. Oh, man. Well, the stone is at least being denied still for MBL, and ACCM is in a great spot aggressively. Still a little ways off from the Castle Age, though, but still, he's got his 5 fishing ships working, and there really is something to be said about not losing water yet.
Yeah. You know what I never see players do, and I'm curious why they don't do it, is go for the dock block on this map. Because you can do back-to-back docks and keep your fish completely safe.
Yeah, it's like I feel like we saw it like a couple times during the qualifiers, but then not a whole lot afterwards. But yes, I also agree. I'm a little surprised, especially for somebody who's going with a more defensive approach like MBL did in this game. You'd think you just go double dock there, and then sure, the fishing ships are a little bit further distance, but it's not like it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, and I mean, your Malay, you can also fish trap the backside of the dock block, and that might even be better than taking the deep fish because your fish traps are so cheap.
That's true, although you are very vulnerable still, because you'd be on the shallows.
No, you dock on the shallows, but then fish trap the water.
Ah,
Just do the
yes.
docks at the
You
end.
have to
Yeah.
be perfectly placed, but yes, that is something that is a possibility. That said, MBL's about to reach the Castle Age. I have no idea what he wants to do with said Castle Age, though. Okay, I think he's just going to try and add a TC.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. You TC somewhere where you get more map control, then you have a better boom, and then you can try to go maybe for a castle in Karambits, or just for skirms against potential crossbowmen.
But look at the placement of these archers here by ACCM. That is beautiful. I mean, MBL can't add a TC anywhere. He still has no wood lines he can take.
Yeah, ACCM someone who definitely has the range circles on and stand ground used for the archers.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect, right? Was going to get Horse Collar, but then canceled it. Very only has 3 farms.
And 12 vills on stone. ACCM showing off why the mining camp needed to be on the opposite side, but he might go for a castle drop and would have a nice spot on the opposite side of the wood line to take out the TC and 2 towers.
Yeah, certainly.
MBL might... MBL is 200 stone. Is he buying stone again?
I have no idea what he's doing at this point. What's he spending wood on? Is he just
He's
dead?
buying wood.
Oh, are we going on an adventure? Oh, we're going T-West.
Oh, he's doing 2 Cs all in the very north of the map.
Oh my goodness, this is so bad on his eco, though. ACCM is already so far ahead in resources.
There's a TC.
Why does FC not work on this map? It's not that FC doesn't work. The issue is that you're so close that the fast feudal water play, it just gives you such a huge eco lead. If you keep your opponent on the back foot, and then if you apply pressure on land, then they have nowhere to go.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of water play destroys your fish, and then tower stops your wood income, and it can be hard to recover from both of those happening at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And another tower is coming in, but this has all been horrifically inefficient for MBL, despite his villager advantage. It's just ACCM's been able to keep his vills working longer. Now you can go ahead and get medium warships, because you still haven't lost water yet, which is really important for ACCM. And now it just feels like he is absolutely cruising. Would love to see a castle drop right where you were suggesting earlier, and I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, right on the market. Take the strongest building down.
Hey man,
Yeah,
market
there
is
it goes.
OP.
Yeah, castle in a position. Vills are safe from the towers, and the castle destroys both towers and the TC.
Yeah,
So workshop from MBL. Does he go for a ram push now?
the Karambit play is pretty scary, as the Karambits can swarm in and do all that. But I mean, ACCM is denying so many resources. MBL has very few stone villagers even here, so I'm not even entirely sure what he can accomplish. And now that Mayan Castle is in and plumed archers are going to be scary.
Also, I'm going to give the advantage to the Maya because of their castle architecture. Much better than the Malay Castle.
Well, I love the Malay Castle. It's
the Maya, look at how great the Maya Castle is.
I mean, the Mayan
Look how
Castle's great
beautiful it
too,
is.
but like the Malay Castle is so
It's got wood on top of it. It's so fragile.
but that's what the architecture of Srivijaya looks like. It's exactly what it looks like.
But look at this architecture. It's so much sturdier.
I mean, I guess, but mines have full
2C.
7,028 HP castles, and Malay only get masonry and no hoardings.
Oh yeah, that's true. It is a very steep and dangerous staircase on the castle. It is not OSHA compliant, but it will protect you more from trebuchets.
What if one of those poor Mayan archers needed a wheelchair, man? That's
why the plumes are so speedy. They do leg day going up and down those steps all the time.
Yeah, that's true. Hard to argue with
the plumes
that.
get their speed.
And that's why they frolic. I love how plumed archers always frolic across the map.
They frolic. They hoover.
Yeah.
Just like the Igalos.
Indeed, indeed. Well, I hate to say it, but it feels like another situation where MBL is more or less winging it here on the hybrid map.
Yeah, and he has to deal with plumes in the eco now. That's never a good feeling. And he's just thrown up another TC. At least that will protect the woodline from plumes on both sides. And now he has to go Scorpion, though. And plumes are so mobile, if ACCM moves them, they can avoid the Scorpion. But if he doesn't move them, they'll be impaled by Scorpion bolts, as one of them is.
And that is true. And to be fair, the numbers of villagers are still very good for MBL. It's just the entire story of this game is eco-efficiency, and it has not been very pretty here for MBL. He's still well behind in resources. He's not developing an army to do anything to ACCM's eco, and he's just cruising here on the 2 TCs. Oh, Morville's gonna die too. Padded archer armor is also very important to pick up for those plumes.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean,
Plume's much more accurate than those elephant archers were in that other game, and the Vills are just gonna die. Somehow MBL actually has more Vills, but
now he doesn't.
these plume raids are scary.
I mean, beautifully done there from ACCM. Plumed archers are still a very good unit.
It's a lot of Scorps from MBL, but the plumes are just too mobile. All the Vills are dying. All the Vills. Let's see. 22-0 eco KD for ACCM. That's pretty good.
Yep. I mean, how do you move on in a tournament if you can't win the water maps? I mean, he even was able to win Cenotes, which has some water in it as well, but we had the water map category, or the water category, the hybrid category, and the nomad category all picked. And they're picked almost every series. So it's like...
I guess maybe the answer is in your map drafts, you really have to go for African clearing in the nomad category.
Yeah. I mean, 60% of maps. I mean, it's not that there is 60%. They're actually 40%-ish. Unless you don't count nomad as water maps, but considering it's mostly Mirkwood and Ring Nomad, I'd say it is. The issue is that those are the categories that the players pick. It's not like the categories are ever forced, so we would see like open, semi-open, nomad, or open, semi-open, closed, and chaotic less frequently than we do the hybridy maps.
I think that because the water maps are more one-sided, so players pick them because they think they have an advantage on water maps.
Exactly.
So you see them more often. And more so than other map types. Maybe nomad, and then maybe closed maps. But I think it's more of the players think they're better for water maps, so they go for the water maps.
And I think
that's kind of always been why water maps occur in tournaments, even from the Galley Wars days.
Yeah.
A different skill set for Galley Wars, somewhat, but they're the same principle of you go for them because you think it gives you the biggest map advantage over your opponent.
If you think you're the better player mechanically, which every top player is going to try and play with the mechanical edge, it's going to be the most consistent way to win. Because it's the most mechanically oriented, and it's also the most preparation oriented.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, your starting build matters a lot more for the water maps than it does for land maps. Not to say it doesn't matter for land maps, but
I mean, it's all relatively speaking,
for the most
right?
part, you can rock up to a land map if you've never played it before and still figure out something decent. For something like Ring Nomad with the transport ship and the dock situation, finding the TC, you really have to practice that start over and over and figure out different builds for different civs.
Yeah, it's all about just sort of squeezing out that extra efficiency early on. The maps are also inherently very snowball-y, so if you can do that to get an early advantage, like ACCM has been able to in literally all 3 games of the water maps, it's going to be tough.
Well, this is how you could throw, is if you go for a castle, you get the castle denied, and then MBL can do a castle right on your face. So far we've had not much in the way of eagles for ACCM. That means the siege has been basically uncontested from MBL, as MBL will go for his own castle drop. That'll cover ACCM's castle. And can ACCM get a good mangonel shot off? Some of the vills are weak. Here comes some more plumes.
Yeah, a good angle there for the mangonel. And gets a glancing hit, but this is MBL's wheelhouse, is the Mangonel War.
Should ACCM be rushing up his castle now with all those gold miners?
I would. I absolutely would, but maybe just not quite with the APM to do that. Only one
fully
Mangonel
engaged
left.
in the Mangonel War, and his castle could be finished right now. And it's only one Mangonel.
That said, it's not like MBL's castle is happening, so
goes.
I guess it doesn't matter. But yeah, this should have absolutely happened a while ago. That is.
I think it is happening, Ornlu. I think it is happening, and I think ACCM, who just sent the vills there, missed the opportunity to finish his castle.
There's only a few vills left.
More on the way.
Oh, but more
Ooh.
vills coming in.
But the Mangonel can be uphill for MBL. That's a lot of dead vills for ACCM.
It doesn't matter. He's still 20 vills ahead. Oh, on the other side. Oh, Castle's going to go up.
Okay, castles are done. Well, ACCM can start ramming right now.
Both players have a Mangonel within the minimum range of the others, and MBL gets the kill. Looks like the Eagle and the Vills will finish off the other Mango, though.
Okay, and well, Karambit time. Karambits wreck Eagles, but die to Plumes if there are enough Plumes.
Ow.
So now we're at a 52-14 Eco KD, still favoring ACCM.
Yeah, and I mean, he's 15 seconds from Imperial Age. MBL isn't clicking up anytime soon. He's going to go for the K-Ram bit play, but I'm not entirely sure that this is going to be enough. We have another Siege Workshop here for ACCM. He's going to make the Chicken Suit Man switch, and MBL is in a terrible position. Double Trebs. It's his series life on the line. He's not going to GG until he's actually been killed.
Yeah, these players are the ones that stick it out to the end.
Indeed.
Are the castles too far for petards? You could go petards, but then petards are a huge investment in food and gold, and going for petards can put you behind. So here comes a ram push from MBL. Karambit's in the Rams.
It's the Karambit push with Ram on all caps.
The Karambit push. There's several bites of Karam inside the Rams.
Indeed. And I mean, the castle's going to go down. I mean, this push is very strong.
Yeah, and I mean, MBL full castle Karambits could be a play for him, but he needs to repair his castle. And against 2 Trebs, that's 14 vills to repair.
That feels like a lot to ask for. And you'd
Or
also
13
want a
vills.
second castle to a second castle from which to produce more Karambits, so that feels pretty tricky.
Well, this could be a good push on the TC. Lots of vills will go down.
Yeah, the Plumed Archers are frolicking forth, though, and they are still very good against Karambits, but that's where the garrisoning ability comes in.
Indeed. Now the Rams could go for the Trebs, maybe across those walls. Scorpions to prevent the vills from walling. The Mangonel behind the Trebs, though, is very scary. Now you have a Mangonel behind walls, so that basically stops Rams.
Yeah.
At least battering Rams. If you had Siege Rams, maybe you could push, but not in the Castle Age.
Yeah, this is still looking quite tough here for MBL. I mean, to be fair, I think this is his best way to try and win the game, but it might just be a little too far gone. He's attempting another castle, but his Karambit production is, of course, completely ground to a halt. You do need to be careful, though.
Pretty grounded to a halt because not only does he not have a castle, he's also horribly housed.
Double whammy there. Also, some Eagles are going to bleed through and start raiding the economy of MBL, which is significantly worse anyway. I mean, the Trebs could get sniped, though.
It could. And Karambits are killing some Plumes.
I heckin' love Karambits. A supposedly cheap and weak unit are built immediately with free defense upgrades. Isn't that fun, TUS?
Kind of fun.
Kind of fun?
I mean, they weren't originally. That bonus was just kind of tacked onto the melee for some reason.
Yeah, because I think it's one of those things that it's for the casual players. Because it's a bonus that you get value from no matter what, as opposed to the Age Up bonus, which doesn't matter if you have a minute and a half of idle time in Dark Age anyway. It makes them an infantry civ. They actually aren't an infantry civ. They're the only civ in the game that does not have a land designation. They're only a naval civ.
Only a naval civ.
They've always been like that.
Byzantines are a defensive civ.
Yep.
That could apply only to water, right?
I suppose, but...
Makes them a clown civ. Man, I need to teach Automod that the word clown is acceptable in the chat.
Yeah, clown is a badge of honor. no matter what Eighth Wonder says.
There's the GG from MBL, and ACCM will win 3-2. Congratulations, ACCM. 144 to 97 KD. More military the entire time. More eco the whole game.
Yeah.
And just ahead.
It's the preparation, right? That all 3 maps that ACCM won were very preparation oriented. ACCM had a very clear plan in all of them. He knew what he was doing every step of the way. And even though there were times where MBL looked competitive on them, it really just felt like ACCM was always looking towards that next step. And that is certainly what is going to give him the win here.
Yep, and I'm sure. Let me just give a shout out to Mim because he'll probably have an interview if you want to see.
Yep.
The interview. And you want to stick around for the next set?
Yes. I mean, are you casting it? Because I am.
I am going to cast it, yes.
Then we'll stick around together.
All right. So I'm going to take a quick break, though.
Yeah, I'll put the interview
and I'll
on.
be right back. All right, chat. Whomst is the next set? The next set is Hera versus Classic Pro, which I would reckon might be a bit shorter than this one.
Both the games. Congratulations, man, because I believe that it's very important
Hello,
to win
puppy
the
saturation.
first game,
More than
right?
might have gone AFK, as I'm about to do.
Yeah,
but I will
sure.
say hello to you.
I will go AFK in a second.
Okay. Luis, all
Okay,
to
yeah,
you.
chat. You can. You're in
ACCM,
charge.
well played, well played, man.
Yeah, thank you, Luis.
Okay, so game number 1, what were you thinking of in this game? Because MBL went like super late to the next stage, but he didn't really make any units, right?
Yeah, maybe he's thinking I go FC with the young Scottman and he go FC too. So
To counter you, right?
yeah, so I have I have the chain to pressure him, and I feel like I did a lot of damage. His good line is so exposed, and I also so I just win the game from there. Just snowball.
Yeah, you also made the tower on the forward wood line, which was good. It feels like MBL really wanted to counter your FC, right? So he goes maybe FC himself, makes some knights, but then you went fast feudal and you kind of... It's like mind games, right? Like you're kind of rolling the dice and he lost, so... Yeah, this was really bad. You killed 3 Vils, 1 HP. Yeah, this was... I think this is where the game kind of ended.
Yeah.
Then... Just go to the next highlights. Okay. Game's still pretty much over at this point. Oh, never mind. We go to the next map. But I was gonna say, like, on the previous game, like, your reaction to making the guard towers was good, because you know you're so far ahead. And the only way you lose is to those mangonels, so you make the guard towers, and it's, like, nice reaction.
Yeah.
And also, what are you thinking here after you lose the scouts? Are you thinking you're gonna kill this mill?
Yeah, I think I can do better. I did so bad at this. I think I can do it better. Yeah, this game I was like, oh, maybe he go archer, and I just making the rain, making some scams. I think if I got like up more, I should be fine. But I should just keep spam the mango now, Mon chip go unit and take the control of the game. Yeah, it's so annoying.
Yeah, this is a very standard MBL game, right? Like he goes forward, 3 mangonels, 2 scorpions, a monk, and some knights. Also, the one thing I noticed here also was the imp timing for MBL. Like it felt like you were winning the game, like not like big lead, but like a small lead the entire game. But then MBL just got imp from like nowhere. And then also you you tried to deny the castle here, which was good. I think denying this castle buys you like so much time. But then, you know, he gets imp, you're going Mangadai, then your castles are on the front. Did you ever think about Arbalest in this matchup? It's a bit weird, right? But Mongols have Arbalest. Maybe it's like an option, but I'm not too sure what you think about that.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure who is better economy, because it was like I cannot give his fist, right? So I wasn't sure how many TC he got behind, and I'm trying to take the control of the game, control of the map, but he just keeps spamming, and When I saw he got a lot of knights, so I think maybe he commit to the Cavalier, so I decided to go Camo, but then he got also good eco behind and he can switch to something.
Yeah, it's like it felt like you were a little bit ahead, but like it was still a very close game. And he taken that hill there. You want to play Mangodai, and then you're trying to play Mangodai, and you're losing your castles, right? Oh,
Yeah.
also you don't see this, but MBL. What do you think of the Burgundian pick here? So yeah, so basically, I was gonna say MBL was having a lot of issues in the Dark Age this game with like wildlife and boars and stuff like that. But what do you think about the Burgundians pick here from MBL?
Because I didn't think I was thought he were using Portuguese on maybe on Rignoman, and then he can use something like what is this like Malay on Pacific Islands, Iceland. But he was like he just doesn't care about the water map, and he just picked his last pick anyway.
Yeah, I felt like Malay would have been a better pick because like you can also play like I guess Burgundians on Ring Nomad is okay, not the best, but yeah, I was thinking maybe he's gonna do some type of Flemish play because if he goes like fast up with some Flemish militia and like just harasses you a little bit, gets the eco upgrades, and like maybe he goes for like fishing lines early and like a nice fish boom maybe, but it is a bit hard. I think he tried to like adapt, but.
Yeah, I think I already like expect he going some Flemish militia to be annoying, so I check his barrack really careful, and when I saw he got some Flemish, I want to stop his transport to delay to buy time and just full worm my wood line, so
Who sounds
I'm really
posh?
safe.
Is it just me, or does Lewis sound like he speaks English with like as like a second language? Even though obviously
Also,
it's his first language.
It felt like you... Sorry, go on.
Am I crazy?
So you first.
So, like, earlier in the Castle Age, it felt like you could have a lot of damage done with, like, Elephant Archers and Siege. But instead of going for the Elephant Archer push, you decided to, like, boom instead, right? What was your, like, thinking behind this? Do you think, like, okay, maybe late game my save is better, so I don't need to, like, risk it, right?
Yeah, I don't need to sacrifice my eco. I just play really safe, get the eco, just keep the game from there, keep the advantage, and snowball slowly. Should be better.
Speaks English like a
like
German,
in the late
maybe.
game you have shipwright and he doesn't, so it should be like a big advantage for you. But then I'm thinking, okay, maybe like if MBL can get like 5 relics, 6 relics maybe, which is obviously like very hard to do, but if he played towards the relics, maybe that's his chance to win. But then like you're playing shipwright. Shipwright is so strong and it's hard to play.
True.
So you won this game, and then this game. Okay. So like MBL Byzantines, like you know, it's a tough matchup, right? Because Byzantines is weird. MBL is also weird to play against. What do you think about mana times? Because normally it's like maybe Vietnam going mana times versus Biz, but Byzantine mana times was
weird, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect that either.
It's the first time I saw when Byzantine go mana time, I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
And he just killed me one view and he just go back to full defense and he got he played so good this game, I think.
Yeah, I think he played well. But I think like with Vietnamese, you always have a chance, right? Because you lose one Vil, but then if you get Wheelbarrow, it's cheaper, it comes in fast. That one Vil you lost, it's basically like coming back, basically, because of the timing of Wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
But then here, like, you're just playing versus like camels and skirms, it's hard.
Yeah, he can spam unit forever, and I cannot run for me, and because his skirm go was so cheap, and he just spam, and take the map control, snowball early in. Yeah, really good plan by him.
And also, like, he went 3 ranges, because, like, normally you can play Phalanxes versus skirms, but if he has, like, 20 skirms, I don't think you can play Phalanxes, right? Because he just one-shots them. So, I think that was a nice adaptation from MBL. Also, this was, like, you saw his monk forever. I was like, okay, he kills the monk and he gets conversion. Like, that's unlucky.
I am back.
Yeah.
Ornlu is back.
There's the interviews going on.
I was saying like you were in a like good spot, but if the castle
Yeah.
was like a couple tiles back, then maybe it's like.
Oh
it's- Yeah, you were okay. Cause like you
So
right now, I think you
actually,
lost 20 bills.
Actually, I'm ahead like 20 views. Crazy.
Yeah, because
Oh.
that's the thing, right? You're in the game, you don't really know. You see the score's the same, you took some damage, you're thinking you're behind, but you're
Yeah, I
actually in
did-
like
yeah.
decent spots, yeah.
I didn't have a good fight, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like as the game goes
Right.
on,
So,
Vietnam
we're
should
gonna
be
have to-
okay.
They wait until the
Like,
draft,
maybe-
until after the interview and everything, right? Or do they draft ahead of time?
Oh, they actually did do that. I really hope they do this in the future. It is so painful to have to wait so long between series. But they have the drafts.
And Shorelines will be the first map.
Indeed. And
It's in the water
Isthmus-
category, even though it's hybrid.
To be fair, it's a pretty watery hybrid map.
I think that, especially in the current water balance, we could just get rid of the water category and have another category instead.
Yeah. Like, you could legit do open, semi-open, semi-closed, closed. And I think that might-
Semi-closed. What's
Yeah.
semi-closed?
like, hideout, blade.
We were gonna do Glade in and closed, but then I was like, let's not do it, and we swapped it for Black Forest.
What? Glade's such a fun map!
Glade is an awful 1v1 map.
I mean, I don't know if it's a good map, but it's a fun map. I have to believe,
Hello,
man.
Snack fan. Glade is an awful 1v1 map. I'm
Such a
sorry,
hater.
Ornlu.
Such
I
a hater.
didn't like it. It's like, it's not as bad as Seasons, but it's bad.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, Seasons was pretty awful. Not the best.
Nothing maps as a category.
The map category of suffering.
Thank you for streaming to YouTube. Still coming, having AoE on during the weekends. YouTube is nice. I like YouTube.
I do too. I just like having something that actually saves all my casting VODs.
Yes, and
posterity.
so that you don't get deleted after 60 days.
Yeah.
It smells a bit. No, Dux, you're just used to T90's YouTube. Now that's just a weird thing where his YouTube smells. Everyone else usually has a good smelling YouTube.
Ha, yes.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
one
it's
Vil and a
just
lumber
his.
camp.
Just his.
Why start with the lumber camp? You start with a Vil and 100 wood. That's it.
Yeah, T90's YouTube is like the description of Squidward on that dumpster outside the Krusty Krab.
Oh. All right, I think they might be done with the interview soon.
Because I think there was a moment when you started teching into Eagles.
Maybe. I mean, Hera and Classic Pro are in the lobby, which is, again, very, very nice.
YouTube smells of fresh cut spring flowers strewn across a babbling brook. You see, that's what you get if you go to Ornlu's YouTube. Because someone took the time to place all of those flowers and scenery in a custom scenario.
You know what? What else am I going to do with my time? Actually,
Find out how to
edit
get
the
through that
videos
gate.
well?
Remember that gate scenario?
The gate scenario?
Yeah, the haiku of the Ronin where you had to get past that gate.
Oh, oh, jeez. Oh, man. The rough one. Oh, why do I have your stream open?
Well, we're trying to knock on each other.
Oh,
Maybe
that's
was
right.
probably why.
Don't need that RAM
Mm.
getting used.
At my home is perfect.
What browser are you using?
I use Chrome like a barbarian.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on Firefox because my ad block works on Firefox. It doesn't work on Chrome.
Oh, I had Blockworks on Chrome.
Yeah, really? So you don't get ads when you go to watch YouTube?
No, I don't. I mean, I do
Oh,
like
do
when
you
I'm
have
on
an
my
old version?
phone, but I don't know if there's a way to get around it on your phone.
Yeah. Do you have like an old version of Chrome?
Maybe I do.
Because uBlock stopped working for me a while ago.
Oh yeah, no, I would absolutely switch browsers if the ads didn't work.
You mean if the ads did work?
No, the ads working is them not working. If you know what I mean.
So, maps. Isthmus picked. Thank you, Valente, for the follow.
Isthmus.
And Cenotes. And Crownwood and Borders. A couple of repeated maps from the last set.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of an odd drafting style because it feels like the categories don't matter all that much. Like I kind of wish okay, for each round they had to use a different set of categories, and then maybe you could have like more maps per category or something.
Yeah. Speaking of browsers, what phone do you use? Are you Android or iPhone?
I'm Android. I've always been Android.
Oh, nice. I've been seeing Graphene OS pop up as an alternative to the Google-ified Android.
I'm not familiar with that one. Like, what uses it?
Nothing by default, although Motorola phones might in the future.
Ah.
Yeah. You have to install it yourself, and it's only compatible with Pixel phones right now, which I do have.
There you go.
I've been considering trying it out just for the fun of trying out something different.
Well, now they're talking about the schedule.
If Ornlu, so if you were to make another AoE game, what time period would you put it in?
I think that RTS works best in the medieval era. I think that you could do something AoE 3 era, but you also run into like a lot more political issues the closer you get to the modern day.
That's true, but you think the AoE 3 era still has political issues enough that it would impact modern day if you wanted to do it well?
I mean, you have AoE 3 DE, right? Like having to change a bunch of stuff around.
I mean, they didn't have to; they just did.
Well, I mean,
There were some questionable decisions they made there.
Yeah. Or
like
if
making
change
a
something, they better
scenario
make it better and not worse.
Well, there was the decision to make that scenario about Andrew Jackson and then name the character American General with a special ability called Old Hickory.
Yep. The famous Battle of New Orleans with unnamed American general.
Yes.
Super old antiquity. I mean, I think that the time frame works best before you get to the modern era because you then don't really have melee units.
Is AoE 5 on the cards? AoE 5, another remaster of AoE 2. I mean, they're done with remasters now that they've done Age of Mythology, so it's time to start double dipping on the remaster.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume they're working on an AoE 5. I just don't know what it would be.
Yeah.
Because my biggest thing with AoE 4 is that why does it need to exist when I could just play AoE 2?
Who won the final game in MBL versus ACCM? ACCM won.
Sure did.
Yeah, AoE 2 DE2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, you could remaster the game again. Do it in 3D.
That'd be so weird looking. I would not like that.
I mean, to be fair, the thing about Age of Mythology, when they did 3D, they actually did 3D very well because they integrated it with the campaigns. In AoE 4, it was in 3D. But honestly, there's no reason for AoE 4 to be in 3D, as the campaigns were not a 3D experience.
Well, I mean, it was just either actual, like, drone footage or, animated stuff.
Yeah, but like, there's no cutscenes in the game engine, right? You know what I was expecting with the drone footage? Did you ever play the Lord of the Rings like video games when the movies came out?
Yes, I did.
The Return of the King's game.
Yep.
Remember how they did the transition from like movie footage to in-game
Yeah,
engine?
yeah.
I was
was cool.
expecting something like that in AoE 4.
No, the AoE 4 campaigns were just not great on every level.
The
Battle for
very
Middle
final
Earth.
scenario finally gives you a transport ship dropping off units.
Mm-hmm. No, I played a ton of Battle for Middle Earth too.
Yeah, Ornlu also had the Chrome Crusher Lego.
Bet I did. And then I got it for my friend for Christmas one year.
I have technical issues. Nope, just a long interview between the sets.
Hera 03? Yep.
I don't think Hera's going to lose in 3 games.
Think he's gonna lose in 2 games?
I mean, he would have to play a lot of Warcraft 3 to lose 3-0. I do enjoy how AoE 4 civs feel much more unique civ to civ. So I haven't played AoE 4 in a while since it came out. But I had just the opposite feeling of the civs. Because I feel like in AoE 2, like you start the same, you have your TC and your 3 vills, and then you grow different over time. And you don't have all these very gimmicky force differences. It's just kind of natural differences where you choose what to do based on the strengths and weaknesses of the tech tree. Whereas in AoE 4, right from the start, you had to go do a whole bunch of different things with the eco. It was like playing the mini game with the Russian civ to do the hunt, or doing the scholar things with the Delphi. But then over time, you just kind of made the sprinkled, and you like, since the core tech tree was still kind of the same outside of the gimmicks, and the gimmicks hit you right at the start. Over time, you grow more similar rather than growing more different, which is kind of the opposite of the difference pyramid. Yeah, it's the same issue with with AOM and with AoE 3.
Yep. I mean, it's basically
But-
AoE 3 civ design copy, right? Because their basic tech trees are all exactly the same. But it's just the macro mechanics are well, I mean, in some cases very different, but and like the unique units aren't actually really unique. They're just like very stat variations.
They're like stronger regular units, right?
Yeah.
They're not as like unique as the AoE 2 unique units are.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The real world documentary stuff was cool, only it wasn't integrated with the campaigns at all. All the interesting stuff they did where they went out with like historians talking about stuff was completely different than the single narrator talking about repeated drone footage as the intro and outro of each campaign mission. If they had done something like, they had these cool documentaries, but then they didn't do anything with them. They're just kind of in this extra, you finish the scenario, you unlock them, you can click them optionally menu. It was a really cool idea, but they just did nothing with it.
Well, and the issue is they didn't really frame it in a narrative way. Like,
yeah, exactly, right? It was there and didn't really relate to the campaign. The narrative way was just generic voice that would be AI today.
Yeah.
Reading out over drone footage. And they ran out of drone footage by the end of the campaign, and they started repeating drone footage.
Oh, yes. Oh,
And
hey,
the thing is, I think
game.
that's where they did. And I think that's where most of the budget for AoE 4 went, into the drone footage.
Yeah,
honestly.
seriously. But yeah, it's just, it didn't do a very good job with a storytelling vehicle, which is like what you want in a video game, right? You want to get people interested in history.
At least that's where AoE 2 succeeded.
Yes.
As a campaign, right? And that was the point of emphasis of AoE 2 as the transition from AoE 1 to 2.
Yep.
Where you went from big walls of text written in the 90s to actual voice actors. And then the usage of 3D from AoE 1 to AOM of telling an in-game cinematic. And I think part of where AoE 3 falls off is it just kind of was AOM again in terms of tools they had for the campaign, and there wasn't another step they took in terms of storytelling.
And it completely diverged from history, right? It's one thing to have a campaign that takes historical liberties. It's another one that's just completely nonsensical.
Yeah, fighting for the Fountain of Youth.
Yep.
Well, AOE3 did a lot different, but I think that the main thing, if they thought, hey, let's repeat what we did with AOM because that was successful, without taking any other like storytelling step forward, was not the appropriate environment for it. But anyway, we finally have games, and here we have Hera as the Blue Persians to the northwest against Classic Pro as the Yellow Bengalis to the southeast. On Shorelines, a map made by Zetnus that had won in the map contest for Warlords 4.
Indeed, and I do think it's a good one. I think it's one of the more interesting water maps out there, or hybrid maps, or whatever.
It's in the water category.
When does a hybrid map end and a water map begin? It's hard to say.
At the coastline.
But the map Coastlines is a hybrid map.
What is Coastlines?
Isn't that a map? I'm pretty sure that's a map.
There's Coastal. That's a hybrid map.
I know it's
What is Coastlines? I mean, this is Shorelines. If you're mistaking any map for Coastlines, this would be it, right?
I guess there's Eastern Coastline.
Oh yeah, I renamed that to Sumatra though.
Yeah, oh yeah, you did.
Because I made the map rotate in 4 directions, and I was like, well, I can't call it Eastern Coastline if the coastline's on the western side of the map.
Well, it's called Eastern Coastline because it was in the Asia category, or Southeast Asia, one of
For
the
the
two.
ECL, yeah. Originally, it was a 2TC 1v1 map.
It sure was.
Oh, we have, what is this from Hera? Forwardville, early barracks. Hera's saying, I'm laming some water buffaloes. I'm doing a barracks, and be prepared to be drushed.
Yeah, this is very aggressive, and what is Classic Pro doing with his dock? It's not on the coast. Hera's looking for it on the coast, but it's not there. It's
Hera's
inland.
like, wait. Hera must be confused now. He's like, there's no dock here. I am in the middle, so I know that Classic Pro didn't do the forward early barracks to me. Where's the dock?
Yeah, I mean, he might be going in that exact direction looking for it.
Yeah,
And
he's even doing loom. Maybe loom is for that villager, but it could also be him thinking he has to have missed a drush somewhere and he wants to be prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that... Okay, yeah, he sees it. So I think what Hera is thinking is that this might mean fast castle. Oh, Classic Pro not paying attention. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Well, at the same time, Hera wasn't paying attention. Classic Pro will save the Villa, but Hera took 2 extra hits on his scout. So he's down in scout HP.
He is, but the militia
the
are
militia.
coming in from downtown. And they
Is
will
Villa
get...
safe or not?
And
I thought I got a path. No loom, though.
no loom.
No loom.
See, I feel like I would take all the damage and lose my militia right there. And it feels like Hera always just takes no damage.
Well, I mean, they changed the TC projectiles, right? They were not as accurate as they were in AOC, and rather than fixing the issue, they just made the projectiles faster and larger. And I think we might still be seeing the result of the fact that projectiles just don't hit like they should.
Very strange. And yet, castles hit so much better than they did in AOC. It's really weird.
Maybe there's a difference in castles somehow. Maybe the castle arrows just, like, fly straight.
I don't know, because like that was one of the first things I noticed when I went back and played the AOC campaigns in AOC is that castles couldn't hit anything and TCs hit everything.
So Scout goes down for Classic Pro.
Yeah.
And, well, the militia can destroy a house. And Hera actually hasn't docked the map. He says, this map isn't in the water category. I'm going to play a land map.
Indeed, and now there is a second lumber camp coming in for Classic Pro. I think Classic Pro might have originally wanted to fast castle, which is why he didn't put his dock in a position that would try and fight for early water control. You know, place the dock further inland, not make as many fishing ships, but obviously you can't do that because Hera went for this instant drush, which maybe he's thinking, I'm Persians against Bengalis, I want to take this super aggressive anyway. So I think that could totally be a perfectly fine reason there. Hera, though, he's now going to have a dock on his opponent's side of the water.
Well, it's one way to do it. And, well... both gold locations are super far forward. for Classic Pro. So maybe this was a situation, as Hera adds another militia, and Classic Pro sends a forward Vil that Hera should have spotted. And I think he did because the militia turned around.
Yep.
That Hera could go men-at-arms and apply more pressure.
And free tracking, OP! What are you going to do when the free tracking comes for you? It's going to be another dead Vil.
Oh no, that Vil can't even get past the militia.
No.
Oh no.
Oh, this is going to be a very fast series, isn't it, T-West?
Yeah, I said, I think this one's faster.
Owie.
Oh, what does that scout do? Whoa, gosh, did you see that scout?
Yeah, it was really weird.
That's some formation shenanigans where the collision turned off. The Vil couldn't move past the militia, but the scout was just, I'm just going to phase through onto the dock and turn around. Okay, send that to Nilly. Send that to Nilly.
Indeed. Is there supposed to hype matches? Well, you know. It's tough sometimes.
Oh, Hera has a tower forward, too. That Vil's getting a workout. Helped kill a Vil, built the barracks, built the dock, building the tower. Doing a bit of everything.
Oh, no, he's not going to... Oh, he's going to get the kill. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, scout goes down, though. I guess now we're talking about
the scout
Hera
that was
hacks.
on 1 HP.
Oh, Ornlu, want to know the ultimate hack that Hera uses? I had this experience over the past couple of weeks. So, Hera, I learned, when he plays AoE 2, you go to the options menu as he kills another Vil almost. Nope, that Vil will get away. So you go to the options menu, and there are several volume sliders. There's the sound slider, the voice slider, and the narration slider. Now, narration does pretty much nothing for most people because that's just the, text-to-speech assistance accessibility thing.
Yeah.
But then voice and sound. Voice controls the sound of campaign dialogue, but also the sound your Vils and your men-at-arms make. So as you're fighting each other here and you're right-clicking to attack and you're getting the I'm attacking sound or the death sounds of the villagers, those are all controlled by the voice volume. But the sound volume controls the non-human musics, like the sound of the swords hitting each other, or the non-human sounds. And Hera plays with 0 voice volume. So whenever he right-clicks a unit, he doesn't get the audible feedback. He has that set to 0.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so when you're attacking with the men-at-arms, you still hear the attack sounds, but you don't hear the death sounds. And you don't hear any feedback when you click on them to select them.
Huh. The more you learn.
But what he messaged me about was camels still made the sound because it's the animal instead of the human, so it's not controlled by the voice slider. So I had to... He had a mod where he had quieted sounds. Like I made the TC and the dock half their... Or I just cut the volume for them so they're quieter. And I added that to the mod that I removed the camel sounds. And then Viper messaged me saying that he was really creeped out because he tried the mod and heard there were no sounds for the knights and camels.
Why would you not want to hear the camel sounds all the time?
I don't know.
That just feels like you're ruining your Age of Empires experience.
Yeah, it's the same sound file that imps and zombies use in Doom.
Yeah.
You can play 2 games at once.
Gotta love those stock footage sounds. Or I don't know what the sound equivalent of stock footage is, but...
It's the Sound Ideas 8000 library, I believe.
Yes.
So we have 2 forward ranges from Hera, as he'll be adding in those archers, and won't hear the sounds as they select, as he clicks on them, but will hear the sounds as they shoot their arrows at those houses. Now, Classic Pro also has some archers, but they're just kind of on the middle island chilling. Hera not walled at home, but doing a range, so he'll be prepared to do skirms.
Yeah, I actually like this from Classic Pro. He's not had a good game so far, obviously. But, at the very least, he knows Hera's towered, so unless Hera is also on stone, then Hera will neither have an archery range at home, nor a defensive tower. Now, Hera himself is going to build an archery range, but at least for the time being, Hera is pretty darn naked over here. He's getting a skirmisher, though, and he's also getting +1 defense.
Yeah, but he's done Town Watch already, and he'll react simply by walling out the archers.
Yep.
And no big deal for him. Once he gets 2 skirms, he can probably turn and fight this.
And meanwhile, on the other side, something similar should be happening. Skirmishers are being made. Padded archer armor cannot be afforded by Classic Pro. What is the food difference? Hera 400 food ahead right now. I mean, that is the Hera thing. Always ahead on food collected in the early game.
Yep, and right now, Classic Pro is going to do the same thing that Hera was doing early on, looking for a dock and not finding it. He's like, wait, I just fought Hera on the water. Where'd those ships come from? There's no dock over here.
Awkward.
And he's going to sail upriver looking for it. He's completely the opposite side of the map from where Hera's fishing and taking oysters.
Yeah, that's great for Hera as well.
Oh, the skirms have now trapped the archers.
Yeah.
Hera's only lost one Vil.
Hera is totally fine here, and Classic Pro's having a really rough game, unfortunately for him.
Yep. And also because Hera had those oysters on the water, he was still gathering gold, even though he was pushed off of gold on his main mining camp.
Yeah, there is no real downside to Hera's position at the moment. It was a little awkward with the archers
he has
crossing
some
the map.
TC idle time,
Oh,
but he's Persians.
yeah, he's Persians. He's still ahead in Vils. Now, it's true that Hera
A lot of
only...
archers he has.
It's almost exclusively archers on the other side, and it's the skirmishers that are now crossing the map. So as far as this actual fight goes, it would be super good for Classic Pro if he had the defense upgrade, but he never actually got the defense upgrade, so Hera is still going to win.
Yep. And Hera does this quite a lot. I see him go pure archers, even when the opponent's going skirms.
It gives him a faster castle age time, and, you know, Hera's all about their timings as he clicks up.
I mean, now you can destroy the hulks with the archers, too.
Yeah.
Low pierce armor, so they just get wrecked by archers.
Not something I'm used to yet, is ships getting obliterated by archers. Anyway, this might even just be a Castle Age GG, as Classic Pro is literally going to find it in the last possible location where Hera's dock is.
Yep, there he sees it. And Hera's been fishing the whole time. And I mean, this could be an awkward situation, but Hera could even dive beyond that house to get in. I guess you're probably not going to do that when you're up to the castle age because you want to upgrade everything.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like... I mean, Hera could literally just go back to the middle of the map with his archers, drop 2 TCs when he hits Castle Age with a market that he doesn't have, but, and then just boom for the next, like, 50 minutes and win that way.
Does he have a stable? I saw him
Yeah, he's got
doing a
forwards.
horse upgrades.
Yeah, he's got,
oh,
forward
yeah,
stable.
it's a forward stable.
This game makes you sad. I think that there's something sad oftentimes when we watch Hera crush people that for some reason people didn't have as much when Viper was winning everything, was even more dominant than Hera was. I don't know why.
I feel like Viper just had a different, like the peak tryhard Viper had a very similar play style to Hera, even if it maybe wasn't as optimized and maybe a bit more greedy.
Yeah.
But when it was Viper against Classic Pro, Viper would be bored doing random masterpiece stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
It wouldn't just be this this straight win the game meta style with archers this easily.
Peak Viper was beatable. The Villasa stuff was way after Peak Viper.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even after peak Viper, there was still a period where Viper was still a pretty heavy favorite, right? I mean, Hera has been beatable, just not in the S tier events, right? Because you have had like, I think Sato beat him in the Sax Arabia tournament, which just like a standard Arabia tournament, nothing like out of the ordinary there. And then Yo beat him in Medieval Masters, which again was kind of a very standard settings tournament. So what was that? Persians over... Was that Bengalis?
Yes.
I was like, Warlords is maybe a bit interesting because the maps are very standard for the most part. So maybe some of the practice advantage that Hera would get might not be as strong as in some other events.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not like yeah.
just not entirely like it. Just is like a vibe difference, and there is nostalgia for sure. And I think that there is also the difference that the tournament scene is much more saturated now. So the Hera winning is a lot more in your face than during the Viper winning period, where it was mostly like one tournament every few months or something.
Yeah, the tournament funding is a lot different.
Yeah,
Also,
a lot
the
larger.
the spectating. Also, the spectating thing is a lot different, right? Because like early on in Viper's career, you had to co-op with him to spectate Rex.
Yes.
And we didn't really have the same visibility of tournaments back then.
Yep.
You had several people all picking yellow in the same game.
Yes. That was
So,
that was a new one. That was like in StarCraft 1, you had to have a Terran player as the spectator, and that what they do is they garrison their command center and just fly to the corner of the map. it's the same thing.
Alright, so we will have Border Dispute, Hera will be the Lithuanians, Classic Pro will be the Maya.
Indeed. Two very good sips for the map. When was the best tournament era for Viper? The Viper era was basically 2012 through 2020. Ish.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Yeah, that ballpark at least.
Yeah, and then he was still like #1 even a couple years after that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But just wasn't quite the inevitable dominance then.
Other people won tournaments then. Viper won every single tournament from, or every single major tournament from, you know, again, like 2012 to...
2012 to like 2020.
Yeah.
And then even won like the first AoE4 tournament when that came out too.
Yes.
Right? So I thought lots of Viper dominance. Yeah, and deathmatch too, right? So other types of settings and stuff. The only thing he didn't really win were the Red Bulls when those first happened.
Yeah. And that was just kind of like, oh, it's Viper, he's weak in the early game. It's a much more early game execution-oriented game mode. And then he did win one Red Bull as well. But, yeah. And he won all the team game tournaments.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's also kind of why we have so many like Hera winning S tier events, is because we don't have team game tournaments for the past few years. Right?
And
it's been all 1v1 events.
And all of the S tier 1v1 events have very similar settings. Where it's like, you know, the NAC lands, Warlords, TTL, even Hidden Cup when that happens, all have very similar settings. Oh my goodness, guys. Hold on.
One Vil down. One Vil down.
It's just gonna be one.
That's going to be it, though.
Yeah.
That was close to getting a second. 1 HP, but perfectly calculated from Hera. 1 HP is all he needs. And he'll bring that Vil back to the TC. What would you rather, though? Losing the Eagle or losing the Vil? I feel like losing the Eagle isn't worth it to kill only one Vil. I mean, it is early, but...
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be very early on for, I think, the losing the Eagle to be worthwhile. Especially because the Scout didn't lose any HP, so you still have the full HP Scout. And a very early Barracks here from Classic Pro, so I mean, obviously he's looking to reach out and smash him in the face, because I don't think that anybody can keep up with Hera in the late game mechanically. I don't even think he plays late game flawlessly in terms of strategically or tactically, but I just don't think anyone can hit the macro cycles in a way that's competitive.
Yeah.
And he still plays extremely well, strategically and tactically, right? It's just not flawless.
Also docking. In the middle. Which Lithuanians, if they want to go for a fishing ship, they can do. Well, another forward Vil from Classic Pros. He's trying to wall in the lumber camp. Don't know about that.
Yeah, it's a little strange. Hera is now grabbing Loom. Basically, the Scout is only one, you know, hit away from killing the Villager with Loom, so if there's another Villager here, it's not a very close fight. Militia are coming forward, but Hera's on his way up to Feudal Age.
Yeah, Feudal with a dock, too, skipping the mill.
prefer losing the scout to the TC or the Vil to the boar? Does the boar walk back in this situation? Because that's the worst
Yeah,
one.
that's the big one. That's the big one. Does the boar walk back after it kills the Vil?
Yeah. And Lith is a very common civ for this map because they are super good in aggressive situations because of the extra starting food, and you have the faster moving spearmen and skirmishers, which is very helpful.
Yeah, also here we have Classic Pro Militia not quite together. And honestly, if you're going to wall one side of the lumber camp and Drush, that doesn't really do much because against the Drush, you want all your Vils on one side of the lumber camp anyway, so you can fight the militia more effectively. Yeah. And so someone asked why there aren't team game tournaments the past few years. More just a result of tournament hosts not hosting them. I think it's kind of the big, like, established brands, which are the safer options for tournaments, were 1v1s.
And AoE 2 is very personality driven, so it is the players as opposed to teams the players are on that generate the most interest.
Yeah. And also, like, more than that, I mean, Dave doesn't really host tournaments, right? He's done...
Yeah.
Like, he's done WWC or Wandering Warriors, but there isn't a big, like, S-tier Dave event. Like, there is, like, maybe KOTD for Mem or Nilly had NAC, or T90 has Hidden Cup, right?
Yeah.
And then, I don't think T90's ever really hosted a team game tournament, maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, I don't think he ever has. I don't think he's a big team game
so,
fan.
Like, yeah, so like the big brands for tournaments that are kind of owned by streamers are mostly 1v1 events, and those have been the events we've been having the past few years.
And in general,
so that kind of leads to the diminished team game scene.
And if you don't have the biggest people on board with events, and like the way that AoE worked out is like over the course of DE, the biggest names like got the most support and then got the most viewers, and now it's like, can you host a major successful team game tournament without having T90 or Mem or Red Bull on board?
Yeah, and now we have Vitality forming a team, and it seems like they want some team game stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna have the league coming up.
Yep.
But other than that, it's been like Nations Cup or Rage Forest, which are kind of community-driven events, more so than like team or personality-driven stuff for the most part. So maybe that changes in the next coming year. Maybe
we'll have to see how well the league does.
The league, yeah.
I'm very interested.
That'll
to
be
see.
fun. That's right, because that's like the first team game event we've had, other than like a Nations Cup in a long time.
Ever since I did World Desert Championship with Nova and Siesta.
Oh, yeah, World Desert Championship. Was that S tier?
Yes, it was.
It was, yeah.
But then Nilly said no more, and it was very sad.
Yeah, I remember that one because that was one of the tournaments that I feel had a lot of weird maps in it, and players kind of felt that. For at least my feeling I got was the maps were a bit too weird.
Well, that was the noodles incident.
Oh, demo.
Yep.
Oh, what?
Splat.
That's how you know Hera's a good player. He makes a demo ship work in the current patch.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Classic Pro is just kind of spamming militia, and just as the Man-at-Arms upgrade comes in, the fight starts. That could not have been timed more poorly for Hera, but he has enough scouts, he'll still win
he's
the
still
fight.
Fine.
That was beautiful, the timing there as the upgrade came in, but still not enough.
Not quite enough. Yeah, the whole thing with WDC is that, like, there were people who really prepped, but Gamer Legion and then Aftermath thought it was beneath them to prep for the tournament because it was still too small of a prize pool. And
yeah, that's the thing too, because the prize pools
anyway.
for team game events are so much smaller than 1v1s, it's kind of hard to host them.
Yeah.
Right, because if you have like $10,000 first prize in a 1v1 in a 4v4, then that's $2,500 if you're splitting it among 4 players. And then you probably have like a bench player too, so maybe it's like $2,000, and it very quickly diminishes in terms of prize pool. And that wasn't as much of an issue back in the day when the prize pools weren't as large.
And you didn't
more
have...
so now.
Like, there's so much more money in Age of Empires, but it also is extremely imbalanced where it's all going to the same people. So what is viable even for, you know, the top 8 to 20 players is still not worth it for Hera or Viper or Leary or whatever.
All right, so big Vil fight here as Classic Pro can't get his defensive tower up on the gold.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty painful. 17 kills to 5 deaths in favor of Hera. Archers popping out in a very sad location. That tower isn't quite happening yet. Scouts don't have any upgrades.
Very low HP Eagle. TC hits the Scout. But this is going to be a hard army to fight, actually, with the Vils. The tower has to go up for any chance of keeping it away.
Well, Eagle there is gonna get sniped again. Yeah, I mean, it's just, how could you ever get a good fight here as Classic Pro? You've lost so much army. He's trying to add in a bunch of extra barracks.
This must feel so awkward for Classic Pro. You look at Hera's army, it's a bunch of unupgraded scouts that are underneath a tower, and he still can't take a proper fight.
It stings, for sure. And because Classic Pro had such a great qualifier, right? And it's like, wow, your reward for beating Doubt in a super close, exciting set is just to run into Hera round 1.
I mean, could have been Doubt running into Hera round 1.
It would
We
look
probably
very
have the
similar to
same-
this.
Same type of games at this point. 26 to 11 KD. And, well, maybe if we get some team game tournaments, Hera might actually lose. Maybe in the league, Vitality could finally lose.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm very interested to see how it goes. And of course, I'd love it something that is competitive, but you cannot deny all the hard work Hera has put into it, and he is looking as dominant as his general preparation shows.
That's Lithuanians over the Maya.
Right, we'll have to see, are we going to go to Crownwood next, which would be potentially the last map if Hera does indeed get the sweep. Probably going to be, actually, Georgians, Magyars, Khmer are all very good civs for that map. Hera, Vietnamese, Portuguese, Romans.
Probably Vietnamese.
Vietnamese, I think, would be the most logical of all logical picks.
Yeah. Hopefully we get more team game events.
Yes.
That's good, because I was wanting to do cartographers again, but I figured Vitality made a 3v3 scene, so it didn't really make sense to do it now.
Yeah, no.
So hopefully Daniela does great with the league. I don't know what the competition's going to be for Vitality. But we'll see if Onamaru can field a competitive team with the jungle of players they have.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, affect you mentally when you lose the top pick to a 5th pick. In this context, I don't think it affects it at all because Classic Pro knows he's such a huge underdog. In general, it might just depend on the player and the player matchup. Well, you can only field 2 teams, so Onimaru has to apparently split everybody up into 2.
Yeah, so Romans and Magyars are saved for Crown, but not Vietnamese. Okay.
I mean, I still think
Romans
Romans are perfectly fine.
Magyars. I do think Vietnamese... One of the few awkward matchups for Vietnamese in the late game is Magyars.
Yeah, I mean, Magyars are one of the few civs that can totally hang around with Vietnamese, thanks to, Magyar Hussar plus Cav Archer being nigh unassailable for most civs. Yes, they do have enough for 3 teams, so I think you're only allowed to submit 2 teams.
Yeah, they have 12 players, right? They could do 4 teams.
Mm-hmm. I thought they had 11.
Okay, this is how I would split it up, right? For Onamaru.
Mm-hmm.
You get the classic team of Viper, Doubt, Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
You get the Brazilian team of Miguel, Degao, Goku. You get the Spanish-speaking team of Tato, Kingstone, and Nacho. And then you have the leftover team of Vinchester, Freaking Andy, and Lewis.
That'll do it. Oh my goodness, what a sick game. Classic Pro wins! Oh my goodness, guys.
They they picked the wrong map. They picked Red Bull RBW8 Crownwood.
No, guys. You're not allowed to make those mistakes. Hera's the lobby host, too. Basketpro gets the win. Metzel with the 92 months. Thank you so much.
I can't even show it because I got stuff on the way. Or in the way. RBW8 Crownwood. Yeah, I can point out the differences in the map. You can see the hills don't have rock terrain. There are extra hills. How many hills are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 hills. We only have 11.
Were the hills smaller in the Red Bull version?
Nope, they're the same. So the Red Bull version... Oh, also, thank you, Metzold, or Metzoid for the sub to Ornlu. So the Red Bull version, the hills are placed... It's the same way as the ponds on cenotes. They have this new feature called minimum distance, where you place a hill randomly on the map, but it has to be a minimum distance away from the players and the other players. And it just has like 10 million of those in the map script, so it fits as many as it can on the map. And once it can't fit anymore, it just puts the rest directly in the middle. So there's a ring of 6 hills around the middle. There's 1 in the middle, and the rest are random. So if you play on a larger map size, like an 8-player map size, you have a ton of random hills on the map. But if you put it only on the 2v2 size, there aren't many other places for the hills to spawn, so they all kind of go to the corners. So to decrease that randomness, I just put 1 in each corner for Warlords, so it's consistent.
I think that's one of those things that people don't appreciate when it comes to how people who want to see tournament maps in ranked, is that it's a lot of work for you or any scripter to make a map that can consistently generate in all the different game modes.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's fine if you're just going to play your games against the AI as a 4v4.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be, pretty much, I mean, maps that I just took from DE itself, like this one, I had to make a ton of changes so that they're up to the quality to be played in a tournament. And this is itself a map that has gone through the rings of being used in Red Bull before, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so there are quality standards that if you want to have everything working on all the different sizes and all the different game modes, where I sit down and I'm individually tweaking stuff, that getting it to the same level for all the settings would be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, which is why the devs want the maps way ahead of time, which none of the tournament organizers have in time, because you can't really get maps that far ahead of time, so it's a struggle. It's one of those things that it kind of sucks, but logistically, it's understandable.
Yeah. Also, the budget. Like, if T90 is going to pay me to do maps for the tournament, like, I'm spending my time helping his tournament. I'm not going to get paid if I'm doing all the other settings the same way, right?
Well, I mean, in theory,
it's already like
World's Edge
like
would
if I were to charge T90 like properly, it'd probably be like $15,000 for the time I put into the hidden maps. That's not the admin funding that tournaments are given by World's Edge.
No, it's anybody who works on a tournament like that is extremely undervalued for what they're actually doing, but it's that hashtag love of the game.
Yeah, so we have some deer getting pushed in from Hera, and some Vills heading over towards the wood line now for Hera. As we'd seen this earlier, but changes from that version where they just picked the wrong one are the rock terrain at the bottom of the hills, the lack of the small forests by the TCs, so it's a bit more open. And of course, as I said, the fixed numbers of hills. We can see 1 in the middle, 3 on each side flanking it, and then 1 hill in each of the corners. So the wood distribution should be fairly balanced for everyone on this map.
It almost looks like a bit like a pinwheel, just the way that the trees spread out.
Yeah, basically. You could imagine this map spinning in the breeze on a warm summer's day.
Yeah, we're getting there. It's getting a little bit warmer, getting closer to summer. So need a nice, fun summer-themed tournament.
Like World Desert Cup 3.
If only. If only. I liked the maps we had in World Desert Cup, man. Just had to prepare a little bit for them.
Yeah, it's hard to get like the right type of uniqueness for maps too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I had that gunpowder barrel one in the Brazilian Dynasty. It took. We had barrels took forever and finally shot a barrel.
Yeah.
You killed 20 vills and no one shot barrels.
Yep. Only Barrels has the barrels powers.
So, as standard as it gets, Scouts opening for Hera, Scouts opening for Classic Pro. Romans will have the better eco, Magyars will have the discounted Scouts and the free forging. And if it comes down to it, double blacksmith armor for Spearmen can be nice for the Romans.
It sure is, especially as we are likely to get Scout plus Spearman versus Scout plus Spearman. Magyars do get the extra attack sooner, though, so I mean, these are just two of the... Oh, how on earth did that Spearman not attack? Ran right into the Scout. But,
Just Hera things.
Yeah, just Hera
Just
things.
Hera things.
Every other player in the
Oh,
world would have something bad happen there.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing that Hera does, I think, just my experiences having played a couple of games against him and watching him a lot, is he never takes pokes on the Scouts from spears. Like, absolutely never. You'll see situations where the spear is so close to the Scouts, other players, you're used to seeing them get poked. Hera just runs away. He has the macro cycle down for swapping between eco or another fight and the Scouts and ensuring they don't take stray spear hits.
Yeah, and that's just something that is close to perfect AoE, and that's like what Hera has been able to achieve, which is something of a marvel that anyone's been able to do that well. But I mean, those are the things like the quality of life features, the lower latency of the game these days, that you can sort of get players to that close to theoretical perfect AoE too.
Yeah, I don't think that really matters though for the macro cycle. I think whatever you get, you're gonna get used to it, and Hera has pretty much mastered the Scouts avoid spears play. And see, right there.
Yep.
Someone else would have walked another 2 steps, gotten poked by a spear. Hera pulls back.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be Hera who is the first player to switch over into the archery range, so he bites first in the game of archery range chicken. So we're going to have those out
said
to
opening Scouts against Magyars was suicide on this map.
That was different. That was Khmer. Because the Khmer didn't have the barracks for the Spearmen. That's a little bit different.
Well, they could have the barracks.
Yeah, but they didn't. I think that was
Lewis.
Lewis.
But then there's no point in being Khmer, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like a specific interaction. Romans can open Scouts against Magyars just fine because Romans have the eco advantage. And so although you're initially at a bit of a Scout disadvantage, you power through as you get through Feudal Age a lot better.
And look at that. Hera walked one step, then walked another step to avoid the spears.
Crazy, man. Nope, Spearmen are going to have to flee, but Hera's got that Scout plus Archer combo. Fletching is on its way as well. Minimal idle time for both players. And really, it's going to come down to how you can take the fight. But the thing is, the Scout numbers are actually still very competitive. And that is really unfortunate. You might need to delete the mill right there. I think you do. Or you can just lose the Vil. Maybe you think that is worthwhile. I'm not entirely sure.
He wants to fight against the Scouts. He has forging. He wants to take the fight. There are no spears forward for Hera. So this is the best fight Classic Pro is going to be able to take. He'll lose one Vil, but he'll clean the archers and most of the Scouts.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting call, right? Because I think the villagers being there kept the archers nearby, right? Because Hera wanted the kill. So, I mean, Classic Pro could have thought that, okay, maybe it's just worth losing a villager to make sure Hera is right here so we can force that engagement that I know I'm going to win.
Yep, and Hera now, a bit of idle TC time, so the Vil count's actually evened.
Hera's macro has definitely been below his personal standards in this series. Which, again, feels kind of crazy because it's just we expect perfection from Hera. He's still doing fine overall.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Nice fight with the Magyar Scouts in the forging. Picks a spear, picks a Vil. And Classic Pro off to the better start this game. Finally a game where his opening was better.
And this is also the most standard map that they've played so far, right? So I think that might have something to do with it as well. Or at least the map where preparation is the least valuable.
I mean, it's just a Scouts opening, right? So this is something they all know how to do. There's Bloodlines for Classic Pro, so he's going to take a big fight with the Magyars. The downside of Bloodlines now is the Forge Bush is going to be finished as he jumps one more spear. And Hera will have enough archers under the TC. Well, maybe here's the fight, but Bloodline's not in time.
Bloodline's not in time, and he had some low HP Scouts there anyway, so bit of a tricky moment. And now Hera's in a situation where he simply isn't spending food on army or upgrades. He's just spending food on more villagers. So his Castle Age time, especially with Romans, is going to be very, very good. But you still need to not die to late Feudal Age Magyars, and that is far from a guarantee.
Yeah, so is this map open enough that Magyars can just pump out scouts, double stable scouts from Classic Pro, and do damage to Hera? So Hera's goal now is basically you camp the TC with archers and a couple of spears and try to prevent the scouts from taking a good fight while being walled everywhere else.
That is the dynamic that both players are going to be working with. Now, there is no +1 defense on the scouts of Classic Pro, and Hera is going to be able to leverage that double armor from the Romans. So that's what you're talking about earlier, T-West. I'm a big fan of using those spearmen here to keep you alive to get to Castle Age, as right now it is just all scouts all day here from Classic Pro, but Hera not continuing spearman production.
Yeah, there's the market. He's just greedily going to maybe sell stone and click up. So if you see the market in your Classic Pro, maybe you start thinking, or maybe you should have done this earlier, is I think a forward tower on the wood line to force Hera to react to that would have been nice on this map, because the archers are camping the TC. They won't be able to help you out over there, and you get to the one wood line Hera has, and you can cause pressure there, and that makes it a lot trickier to play.
And honestly, I do think Hera is being a little too greedy here. Now, it's Hera, he can still absolutely win, but I think that if this were another player, that we would really have some serious questions about this decision to go up to Castle Age without producing a spearman constantly against a Magyar player who you know is heavily teching into the scouts.
Yeah, I mean, armor comes in, and then you're getting to the point where the scouts can dive the TC.
And yet, oh, interesting. Classic Pro is going to completely cut the production and then click up to Castle Age, right? I mean, he's not idling his TC, but he's completely cut his scout cavalry production. Going to be building a market, and he's going to be getting at least as full-walled as you can reasonably get on this map.
Yeah, so he's just going to have to go double stable knights then, as soon as he's up as Magyars. They will get the free iron casting. So that's interesting, right? Because you get the iron casting, you can do light cav, and you can do husbandry, and you're going to have much better scouts. Well, in the Castle Age, the Romans, then they can do crossbow, bodkin, pikemen, and have better options for fighting off the scouts.
And still the better economy, as Hera is ahead by a good 600 resources.
Although Hera just needs to notice that he overchopped. If he doesn't notice this and Classic Pro gets in, which he didn't see, that could be bad. Yeah, and he notices. He notices right away.
That could have been a classic fox in the chicken coop scenario, as I call it. But no, Hera's totally fine. Did lose another Vill. Classic Pro lost one somewhere, though, to a random unit? Oh, no,
that was a random scout forward for Hera.
No, that was earlier at the mill.
Classic Pro towering at the wood line. That's curious. Because he can see where Hera's army is now. Yeah. He sees that all the crossbows are under the TC, worried about the scouts. I feel like this tower isn't necessary. And that, still at the same time, had he gone for a forward tower earlier, would have caused more damage. But I guess he towered his gold early on.
I think
so
that...
very, very maybe overly worried about Hera, who doesn't have much army yet.
Yeah, I think part of that is the Hera effect, which is the same as the Viper effect from before, where people just play super cautiously against them because they know they're such good players. On top of that, he knows he's going to be slower up to Castle Age. Hera is now crossing the map with his archers, so it's now down to Classic Pro to realize it is go time. Punish your opponent for crossing the map. Pikeman isn't quite in just yet. It's now in, though. I don't know, TUS.
Scouts need to kill them.
I think Hera might have been a little too flippant with the defenses.
Oh, he's only lost 5 vills so far. There's a 6. Well, will these vills go down on the gold? As we do have basically full walls from Classic Pro and towers everywhere. There are no walls. So the towers, at least, they might have been a bit early in terms of eco management, but they're there in time for the crossbows. The downside is this wall, it's only a palisade for Classic Pro, and the crossbows will find their way in.
That's going to, at the very least, deny some farming. And Hera, going to end up getting 2 villagers there for free. That said, knight production has started. You got husbandry, and of course the free iron casting is nifty. But still, you are missing all the defense upgrades, because he actually didn't even have a blacksmith at this point. So he needs to get those pronto status.
Yeah, he did the market instead of the blacksmith, just as the Magyar is trying to skip needing the blacksmith for forging. But now, also, since he did light cav and husbandry, he's behind on knight production. So he could have had maybe 4 knights and be working on 6, where if you have 4 knights and an armor upgrade, or 6 knights with +1 armor, then you're thinking, okay, I can actually slow down the crossbows. But without those upgrades without the knight numbers, the crossbows get in and they're going to idle a lot of farms and maybe even pick a couple more vills if they get a few steps forward.
Yeah, and both players still very much committed on the 1TC. We're going to have ballistics in for Hera in just a moment, just really trying to leverage that Roman's eco. But without any armor upgrades on the Knights, guys. Zero. This feels
with
like
zero,
it's a tall ask. You need at least
six
+1
knights.
defense.
Yeah, maybe the bear can help out.
I don't know. Seems...
Yeah, that bear suffers the same fate as the Chicago Bears.
Indeed. Losing to a ram. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Scorpion could get a nice hit in here, but... Oh, the random knight from Hera is going to actually be able to... Well, not even needed. Well...
There's armor for the archers. The light cav now come back, so all that forward pressure Classic Pro had no longer applied to the gold, but he wants to take a big fight with all of his cav to clear the crossbows, and importantly, Classic Pro repaired the wall, so the crossbows are trapped inside.
They are, but can you win this without any armor upgrades?
He's gonna try.
You will try. At least he has husbandry. And there's only so much room
he'll be
in
fine.
which Hera can micro, and he is going to get cleaned up. I mean, kudos to Classic Pro here.
Yeah, maybe Herod needed to take a step up and get between the bush and the gold.
Yeah.
But that's cleaned as well as it could have been. And now you get to the point Hera has another forward army that maybe with the rest of the army dead, this is too far forward, and the cav with husbandry maybe can catch up, but still no armor at all. And Classic Pro is looking for this. And Hera's decision is now, am I able to group this up? And with having today, maybe he can?
Well, Hera is going to come in with his reinforcements. I don't think this is really worthwhile for Classic Pro. I think he's getting a little too eager after clearing up that first army.
Yeah, that's another thing Hera always does well. When he has separate groups of archers, he always manages to get them together and get them at the right mass to fight knights.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky thing to pull off, but Hera is, of course, very good at it. Chainmail armor's coming in. Of course, that's going to be huge for those pikemen against the cavalry units. My question is, why do you still not have armor? I mean, he has to think he has it, right?
Yeah, I mean, against crossbowmen, you need armor. And he's trying to do another TC. He has a monastery to start collecting relics. But it's kind of devastating, I think, that he had to do that workshop early, because now the Scorpions are on the complete opposite side of the map.
The fox and the chicken coop to the west.
Finally, Hera over-chopped the wood line and didn't notice it, and the Knights are in. The Knights have iron casting. This could be a few dead vills from Hera. Finally, a mistake from Hera.
Yeah. And he didn't even completely wall in those villagers, and this is Hera, again, a little too flippant about that defense, saying, my reinforcements will be enough to clean up those knights that don't have the defense upgrades, but if there is even the slightest gap in your defenses, that's a huge deal, and now it's 57 to 36 vills, T-West.
Yeah, all of a sudden, the second TC along with a raid, the timing was there. And now the workshop's great because the Scorpions can defend, and now Classic Pro just needs to defend.
Well, that monk's having a really bad day, but I mean, this is just straight up Classic Pro outplaying Hera. There's literally nothing gimmicky or fancy about this game. And it's certainly not over yet, but...
Yeah, Hera's army is forward, though. And time to kill a few more weak vills on the gold.
Oh my goodness. And, I mean, do you think Hera just really is underestimating the fact that you can't completely defend yourself against these cavalry counterattacks?
Yeah, I mean, there were a few different things I think Classic Pro could have done this game.
Yeah.
But he's made it work. He's made it work. And showing the downside of crossbow versus knight, if you do get crossbows that get trapped and cleaned up, the knights have the mobility to come back and then go forward again.
Yeah, something I always try to do, like, as a caster, and I don't know your philosophy on this, but if somebody's winning the game, like, you can't be too hard on them for mistakes they made. I mean, unless it's something, like, really egregious and they just don't win the game when they could have for a very long time, but, like, you win the game, you're doing enough. And I think that, yes, there's definitely a mistake when it comes to the some of the unit positioning and the lack of armor upgrades, but I feel like Classic Pro is otherwise playing really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, lack of armor doesn't mean you can make more vills. Hope he just auto-farmed by the mill. We can criticize auto-farms, right?
Yeah, well.
Because he now needs to auto-delete.
That's fair. Now...
That's a few dead vills.
Now, we're looking at a situation where I think Classic Pro needs to realize that clean up Hera's army. You did sacrifice a lot of your knights to go kill the villagers. But you do that, and you probably win the game because your eco is so much better.
Yeah.
Now, Hera is a slippery fish, though. It is able to escape with those crossbowmen, so that's really nice for him. He can even heal them up as well, which is great.
Nice crossbow's trying to run off the edge of the map. What type of fish would he be? Like T90 would be a salmon.
Of course.
Would Hera be a dolphin? Would he be a great fish marlin?
I mean, he has to be the great fish marlin of AoE right now. The kingfish. Even though the kingfish is a different type of fish, I'm pretty sure.
Would he be an oyster?
Because he's got the pearls. Got the value.
I don't know. It's because they're made of gold.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So Scorpions for Classic Pro. So asking why he's the one making Scorpions if Hera's are better. As you guys see, Scorpions defend against crossbow. Hera was going crossbow. And that's just about it. It's about the unit composition and how they match up against what Hera was doing.
Yeah, Civ bonuses are almost always secondary to the unit you need in a given situation. The units that you have a Civ bonus for typically dictate your basic army composition, but it's what matches up against your opponent when it comes to your tech switches.
Yeah, especially in early Castle Age when archers get into your eco, Scorpions are one of the most low investment things you can do to try to counter them. As here we have knights able to clean up more of the crossbows. And it's because of the investment into light cav husbandry too, and the lack of armor upgrades that early knights weren't going to be able to clean the crossbows, so the Scorpions are kind of needed.
Yeah, and they're also good against the pikemen, right? So you have a very consistent unit against both crossbowmen and pikemen, which obviously are the things that Hera is doing. Both players are going to have 2 relics, both doing a nice job in terms of being diligent there. I mean, again, +1 defense is 150 food, guys. You can afford that at this point as Classic Pro, so it is definitely a mistake, but he still has the huge army value advantage, around 50% more army value, and of course, Big Vil lead too.
Yeah, the monks can heal the knights up too. And there finally he's doing the first armor upgrade.
Ah, hallelujah.
Yeah. I think there's more decision around +2 because that's a lot more expensive.
Yeah.
But +1 armor you almost always need if you're going cav against an archer line
It's
in the Castle Age.
Some things in Age of Empires are a decision. Some are just, you do this because it's optimal. +1 defense is one of those things. All right, now a converted knight could be great at sniping the siege. And of course, Hera showing his micro off right here. Most of the Scorpions, actually all of them, have fallen. And again, that's the converted knight doing very well against the Mangonel. But Hera's still having to fall back.
Alive. Yeah, and Romans no sanctity, so the Mangonels can snipe the monks.
That's what we call a troll monk tech tree, is when you have redemption but no sanctity.
Yep.
Oh, decent Mangonel hit there onto the pikemen. Is it going to be enough here from Classic Pro, though? Hera's army numbers are better, and he is taking a good fight.
Yeah. There comes a point when you're trying to go knight versus crossbow where if you're not constantly killing crossbowmen, the crossbows hit that critical mass where you need a lot of armored knights in order to take the fight, and with a few pikemen and a few monks, that number is really, really large.
Yeah, that's the first what feels like a major mistake from Classic Pro. He is making a switch into some archer units. He's also getting +2 defense. This is where he's had his most successful this game, though. Running around, utilizing that mobility advantage of the cavalry, because he's been struggling in the straight-up fights, but if you never take those straight-up fights, then obviously it doesn't matter. Hera still being very diligent about the relics, getting one of those 2 neutral golds that you were mentioning earlier, and right now Classic Pro needs to buy time for his unit transitions.
Right, and yeah, he's getting a raid in, but again, the monks.
Oh my goodness, did you see that?
Get conversions.
Did you see the switch right there where he took away all the knights that were getting converted and managed to snipe one of the monks? That was
yeah, he
cool.
did. Well, that's also a misplay from Hera, not recognizing he needed to swap the conversion.
Mm-hmm.
So a couple mistakes from Hera at least.
No, but this is just like a straight up good game of AoE too. Like, even though Hera's the super heavy favorite, Classic Pro for sure is going to feel really disappointed about those first 2 games just because they were so one-sided. This game is a game to hang your hat on, though, because you are doing very well as Classic Pro.
Yeah, so Hera on stone wants to prevent a forward aggressive Castle Age push killing him off by being able to get a castle. Do you think Hera is so bold as to do a forward castle?
mean, Hera is good enough at recognizing
Yes, he is.
his win conditions that he knows he needs a forward castle, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Now, I am not at all confident that this is enough from Hera, but again, recognizing what you need to do to win the game.
And now there's Hera as he deletes the foundation. That's just during the Cav Archers swap. And that's maybe the time to do it, because the Knight production stops and the Cav Archers need upgrades. They don't have ballistics yet. But even that timing isn't enough, I don't think he can do it. Classic Pro does have Town Watch, so he'll have good vision, being able to spot it. Has an outpost on the side.
I'm loving these raids from Classic Pro. It is absolutely what has gotten him into this strong position in the game. Now he also had the eco behind it, so good, of course, good macro behind it. Much less idle TC time than his opponent. He's going to have Cav Archers that are 1 leather archer armor away from fully upgraded in Castle Age. And Hera's got nothing here. Like, his army composition has 0 longevity as the Romans.
Oh, and they will... right now, for Hera, he will not be 1 leather archer armor away, as he's researching that leather right now.
Can he fit the castle?
He can't. The castle is blocked by the range.
Oh, Hera hating Mem for adding the rocky terrain right there.
At the same time, there's a raid in the back. Cav Archer plus Knight. Knights can tank some TC fire now that they have their armor.
Yep.
And I think Hera... Oh, he's trying to find another place to do
he's trying to find a
castle.
location right there.
Yeah.
I mean, great from
those
Hera.
Those crossbows have their armor, so Hera is now leathered.
He is not pleathered, he is full-on leathered. Oh.
Okay, house deleted. Cav Archers come in, only 8 vills.
Yeah, that's perhaps not quite enough vills, but you're losing a lot of CA in the process. I think Hera...
But you got 3 Magyar ranges there, you can make more CA.
You do, and you also have the train speed team bonus to help you out, but I think that castle's happening, and I mean, again, this is the only chance Hera has in this game, so kudos to him for that.
And 4 vills left. But Classic Pro can click Imp. He needs to put Imp in a good TC. The way Hera wins is if Classic Pro puts Imp now in his front TC and then loses the TC.
Oh, but Classic Pro, simply too smart and handsome of a player, and that's a very good TC to put Imp in.
Yep, it's safe. It's behind a tower even.
Mm-hmm.
And Centurions? How good are Centurions?
Awful.
I would say probably awful.
Literally a garbage unit, man. 75 food, 85 gold. Come on.
Are you ready for castle number 2, Ornlu? Because this is how the game gets lost. Classic Pro has no gold control.
Absolutely. Yes, the raids are very good, but Hera's got enough stone, and you're not a bombard cannon civ here as our yellow player. And he's got way more vills brought forward as well. So again, Hera recognizing his only win conditions super well.
Yeah, aggressive castles. And it's again that Classic Pro took his foot off the gas in terms of army production, swapping from Knights to Cav Archers and clicking up to Imp. So essentially making 2 swaps.
Yeah.
And Hera recognized that and was able to get 2 castles forward.
Hera's also been able to pick up 4 relics throughout all of this. I mean, Hera has no wood income right now at all. It is an absolute mess, and, you know, most any other player than Hera in the world would be dead right now. Classic Pro is going to have everything pretty much on wood right now because that's all he can afford, and no castle for him at all. He's just not been mining any stone, and so what is he going to do with Imperial Age?
Yeah, and as you said, Magyars, they don't have Bombard Cannon. They only have Capped Ram. They do have Siege Engineers, but right now no way to make Trebs, so he'd have to buy a castle.
And he's got no gold income other than 2 relics. One of them's also kind of close to the monastery, but maybe that's in range of the castles. And I am not sure, guys. I mean, Hera, again, beautiful decision there with the castle drops. Literally his only chance in this game. It's still not looking great for him. The eco difference is still huge, and Classic Pro is going to buy a castle because that's what people can do in this economy.
Must be nice to have an economy where castles are affordable.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. All right, Imp is on the way for Hera. Of course, he is going to fight it out like crazy.
Hera's found wood, though. He's taking the forward wood.
Yes, he is. But the CA upgrades are really starting to come in, and Hera's got no army transition because the hamstring is simply too strong, T-West. Like, what's he going to do? Make something that isn't an archer unit?
You would need a melee unit to snipe Trebs.
Yes, you do. And skirmishers don't feel very exciting at all for Hera.
Especially not when he's up to Imp, because they won't get Bracer.
Yep. You do get Ring Archer armor, which is nifty, but yeah, obviously not something you feel great about. So here's the really weird situation, because Hera's Vil numbers are pretty good. He's also dancing like a madman. Both players are now on full-blown Dancing with the Stars.
The dancing, that's what Dark does, though. That's what he does IRL.
Yeah, that's true. Ballet, too, I think, which is super impressive. This is so stupid. That's not how AoE's supposed to work.
Imagine Doubt right now.
Yeah, like, that is ridiculous. I mean, Hera still has 26 Frostbite, and he's switching over into Skirms. Classic Pro has resecured some gold somewhere. Oh, no, he hasn't. My bad. I was looking at Hera. Lol.
At least the Cav Archers kind of threaten the Imp TC.
Yep. Classic Pro still mined 0 stone this entire game. Ring Archer armor is a big one, though. Hera will lose that castle, which will open up some more stone income for Classic Pro, or rather, any stone income in the first place. Castle goes down.
Down it goes.
My fear for
Hera's
Classic
Imp.
Pro, though, is we're just getting to the point in the game where nobody can match Hera's macro.
I mean, we're getting to the point of the game where Classic Pro doesn't have any gold, and I think the Imp for Classic Pro was a huge mistake, where he stopped controlling the map, and he gave up everything for Hera.
And he just wasn't in a good enough spot to deny the castles. That said, Hera's doesn't have any gold units, and Classic Pro is at the very least taking that control back. Hera's going to lose that TC as well. I'm kind of surprised Classic Pro isn't cleaning up the other castle. I mean, Hera's going to have 0 castles. It's not really great for him.
Yeah, I think Classic Pro wanted to force the fight on the gold TC first.
Yeah. And yeah, now
and that will give...
castle's getting grabbed.
Yeah, that'll give Classic Pro the option to get a bit of gold himself if he can move forward to that gold. And then he can also clear the castle and then get gold access again.
But yeah, I mean,
Magyar's a civ that if they don't have gold, they can do Magyar Hussars from a couple of castles, and they're still happy to do that. Even normal Hussars with a discount.
Yep, and he's getting plate barding armor, which is the most important upgrade in this particular situation. Now, the big thing you want to do is not lose the Cav Archer mass. Of course, Hera's going to do everything he can to snipe the Cav Archer mass. That said, Cav Archers have the mobility advantage.
And Hera's going to lose quite a few Vils here.
I mean, it's a 50 pop lead right now, and Hera's about to be on 0 castles. I mean, realistically, if this were any other player, would be like, oh, what are you even doing in this game, man? But obviously, Hera can dig down and find those ways to win it with just sheer willpower.
Yeah, so I mean, it feels like, though, he did everything that he could have with Classic Pro going Imp there to hurt Classic Pro, and the lead was just so big that it's not enough.
I mean, if the game was closer, then certainly we could be in the situation, but Classic Pro simply did too good of a job there in the mid-game. He has resecured control of that gold. I do wish he had at least Heavy Plow right now. I mean, that's kind of painful on this map at this stage. He is losing those Cav Archers, though.
Yeah, that's the thing as Magyars. You never want to lose the Cav Archers. You can go Hussars, you can lose them, because you can replace them as long as you have enough farms. Eventually, the gold runs out for your Cav Archers, even if they try to run off the edge of the map. Magyars are a good herbal medicine civ for healing the Cav Archers. No time limit, no time limit.
Yeah. No silliness. Alright, so Hera is getting his TC snipe, but he is building more of them. No Bracer, though, really hurts the anti-raiding capacity, though, of those town centers. And Classic Pro still pretty close here now. 200 population, does need a few more houses, but he's mining some stone, and of course getting some Magyar Hussars would be huge, as it is just one of the best all-around units for resources you spend on it in AoE 2. And also, Eternal Bad, thank you so much for the sub with Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Wolf Pack. Beauty, glory, majesty of Ornlu, Wolf and friends, etc.
You will reach the eternal beauty of the Wolf Pack.
Indeed. Yeah, Classic Pro finally getting the rest of those eco upgrades. He's able to round out some of his other military upgrades now as well. Full upgrades here for those Magyar Hussars that are not Magyar Hussars. You know what I mean.
Yeah, the S instead of the Z.
Exactly.
Just like those Teuton Knights that are not Teutonic Knights.
Indeed. Bull's gonna top 4 pick. They'll still waste it, don't worry.
They didn't tank for Wemby in the right year.
They did not. G called, guys, and that was the best game of the day easily.
Yeah, that was not a clean 3-0 Hera sweep.
No. I mean, that is... Can we just take a moment to appreciate how well Classic Pro played to win a 55-minute game against Hera? Like...
Well, I mean, a lot of the times if you're winning against Hera, you've won in the first 15 minutes because of some big mistake like that, and then you're holding on and Hera makes you wait 55 minutes to finish it off.
That is true, but Hera did... His macro wasn't as good as it normally is early on, and I don't think Hera made any, like, grand, like, massive mistake. I mean, he wasn't perfectly defended on a map that's almost impossible to defend for a counterattack.
I mean, that was kind of Hera's greed in going up to the Castle Age quickly, right? Where he didn't commit to as much army in feudal, like stopped making scouts, and then got a bit punished for it.
For sure.
And had a hole on his wood line.
Well, yeah, but again, that feels like that sort of thing is almost inevitable when it comes to Crownwood.
Especially with the rock terrain.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, I mean, that was still just a great fun game of AoE. And Classic Pro showing that he is not in this top 16 on accident, right? He is playing at some of the highest level I've seen from him. And even being able to take a game off Hera is not something most players can do these days. That said, Isthmith is going to be the next map, and if Hera is the best player on any given map, Hera feels even more the best player on a hybrid map.
On Isthmus.
And Isthmus is certainly going to be following in that example. It will probably be Italians, maybe Portuguese, versus probably the Wu.
So after Cenotes, Isthmus is probably my second least favorite map from the map's not going to be unfair perspective. Because the whale distance from the shoreline, I made it better than the default map in DE right now, but it still can be a bit awkward.
Well, we'll have to see.
Is Isthmus coming to the ladder? Is Isthmus going to be in the 1v1 ladder? I voted.
Yeah, I
earlier,
think it
didn't even
is.
see.
I think it is.
Well, it won't be as good as this version. The wood lines will not be nearly as balanced.
It's okay. Almost everyone's just going to be playing Arabia and Arena anyway.
Well, good. Isthmus is just the map that gets played if someone who favorites Arabia and bans Arena runs into someone who favorites Arena and bans Arabia.
Yeah, that's how I end up playing a lot of Land Madness and Golden Pit these days.
Yeah. Isthmus is the Tinder date between two people who swiped left.
Exactly.
Have you had Land Madness recently? I think everyone is just not using Land Madness because it was really used for a while.
It was just one of those overused maps.
Yeah. Same with like Migration.
And
it's one of the few good water maps, so people just use it everywhere.
Cross as well. / 4 Lakes.
It's Crossrun, though. It's not 4 Lakes.
Just for clarity's sake.
Don't be giving none of this.
Don't give credence to the 4 Lake lobby.
So what do we have for civs for this map?
Didn't I say Italians versus Wu? Probably, maybe Portuguese. I think I said that. Yes, I said that.
So what's the final map if we go to it? Cenotes. So probably Portuguese or Vietnamese there. I guess Italians here.
And it will be Italians versus Wu. The Wu. Terrible. I don't know. Italians or 2P feel pretty good in their campaign. It's a fun civ. Just swarm over everything with Blackwood Archers, Chompies, Virapamas.
Okay, can I ask you something? Do the 2P do anything other than poison damage Blackwood Archer?
What do you mean? Do they do anything?
I mean, that whenever I see them, it feels like that's the only thing I ever see from them. Poison damage Blackwood Archer, or just like FC Phosphoro Blackwood Archer.
Well, that's because people
I don't feel
aren't
like-
experimenting with other aspects of the civ, because it's like people only did the Chompy Rush because the Chompy Rush was way too good, so people aren't really testing out other aspects of the civ.
Okay, so I feel like the Blackwood Archers themselves are also kind of almost unbeatable.
Yeah, I mean, I love the nerf they're getting, though, to the train speed. I feel like that's exactly the way you need to go about it. Because they just mass up way too fast.
Yeah, I feel like the poison damage, like, there's such a bad civ that maybe the poison damage is still okay at late game, but I feel the poison damage is crazy good.
It was nerfed, so it was definitely
was
too
it
good on
nerfed?
release, but it was nerfed.
Still, though.
It's 2 damage.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's an archer unit that now counters pierce armor units. Kinda.
Not really. They
I,
still
don't know,
trade.
I just feel like it's a...
They
I just feel
trade-
like it's a better version of the composite bowman at that point.
It still dies to a light breeze. I mean, they have 25 HP in late game. I mean, they die so hard to siege.
Ornlu's like, I can huff and I can puff and I can blow those Blackwood Archers down.
Exactly.
Alright, so we'll have Isthmus, Classic Pro to the south as the yellow Wu, and Hera to the north as the blue Italians. And Ornlu, count the wood lines, see how many wood lines each player has.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and like a tiny reed bush.
Tiny reed. Wait, where do you get 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4,
7,
5,
my
6,
bad.
7? 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah.
Should be 7 and 7. Okay. Yeah, that's actually a rather large patch of reeds for this map.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things I did. Reeds were blocking shorefish, so players couldn't dock, so I tried to even those out. Capture Age doesn't really show the whale locations, so let me just check. Kind of even on the right. Those are marlins, not whales. Where are the whales? There are whales on the left? Yes, there are. Okay, kind of even on the left too. Okay, whales are fine. It's a fine map.
Very good. So long as the generations that exist in the tournament games themselves are balanced, it's all that matters.
Also, no placeholder terrain. This was one of those maps where the placeholder terrain would show up in the water.
Oh. Well, it looks just fine. It sure does look like an isthmus. Also, there were some generations that didn't have equal numbers of stone on the side. That has 12.
Yeah, it's not equal. It's just random.
Oh, is it? I thought they were supposed to have B10 on each side.
Nah. I mean, it's like neutral stone that's kind of available for both players, right? If there's something that's going to vary, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. It's only 2 tiles of stone.
Yeah.
Are we good against tons? I actually played this matchup yesterday on Golden Pit. I went for our good friend John Swordsman. They're pretty bad if it goes late, but the thing with Wu is you just never want the game to go late because it's an early to mid-game civ.
I mean, what do you do with the Wu in this matchup? Fire? Is it just fire archers?
They're the worst unit in AoE 2. maybe the
Really?
Centurion's worse. I hate fire archers, man.
Yeah, you gotta play them on Coast Arena, though. Apparently they are unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a unit that is only good if their opponent cannot attack back. Centurions are bad. I mean, the unit itself has good stats. It's just way too expensive and hard to get going for what it gives you.
So, this is very much a dock and take the water hybrid map with all the fish that are there.
For sure. Going to play out much more like a full water map in the early game. That said, because it's, well, an isthmus, center control is super important as there are very few lanes in which to attack your opponent. Yeah, like I say, the fire archers counter anything that doesn't deal damage, so you need to find a unit that deals damage to counter fire archers.
Ooh, okay. So I should make something like a villager.
Yes. Now, the fire archers have lower DPS than regular archers against every single unit, except arguably siege weapons, where you do more damage, but you have a slower fire rate.
Yeah, so let's go against rams.
I haven't done the testing. It might be comparable.
Do you do burn damage with the unique tech against rams?
No. Just ships and buildings.
Yeah, so the unique tech, what is it? It's Red Cliffs Tactics.
Yes.
Ships and buildings, yeah. Yeah, demo ships doing that fire damage really is useful in this patch, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's actually not even that much damage anyway. Chew Chariot's the worst
Chew
unit.
with War Chariot.
I mean, it's down there, but at least it's a really good all-in unit.
The FC War Chariots somehow is a thing, despite the unit not being that great. So we'll see a few militia here for Classic Pro. Not a map where there's usually Dark Age action because you're so far apart and because there are lions in the middle. I would, though, love to see an Armenian spearman grab the 6 lions and attack your opponent in the Dark Age.
That's called using your noggin right there, but it will be a Woo Metadarm rush. Oh, Hera, I think, was trying to bait them into the lions.
He's trying it. Yeah.
Clever.
So this is my strat for the map. All right, Armenians, you do an instant spear to bring the lions to the left side of the map. You put your scout on the right side of the map, followed up by another spear to fight an enemy scout, and then you prevent the docking. Lions on one side, scout and spear on the other. You then dock yourself, and then free win with fish.
But how do you do that before they have a dock down? Unless you mean their second
Because
dock.
the lions stop one, your spear stops your scout stops the other. You kill two vills.
You're dropping the dock on like 15 pop. Oh.
More than that, because you do the barracks and the militia first, but it's fine. It's fine. All right, how did Classic Pro not get hit by the TC? Wasn't the TC buffed to prevent exactly this?
I think Hera taught Classic Pro how to use his hacks. That's
Maybe
the only
he did.
explanation.
Oh, this could be a second sheep that Classic Pro steals. Hera's sending it to the TC.
Oh,
no,
whoa,
he's just
whoa,
gonna
that's-
dive.
Oh, never mind. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's not what you do against Hera. That's what you do if there are 0 vills under the TC.
That's what you do if you're against Ornlu. That's not what you do if you're against Hera. Still, the Metadarms are here applying some pressure. Hera does have his own archery range, though, and that's the thing that I really like with Italians on these maps versus the aggressive Metadarm civs like Wu, Japanese, Dravidians, is that you just go quick uptime defensive archers and small walls, and it feels like you're really, really far ahead.
Yeah, it does.
That said, Hera only slightly ahead in resources collected, 4 fishing ships to 5, both
yeah.
players with 1 dock.
Hera does have a hole on the wood line
He does, that's true.
by the house.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. And opening Hulks. Hulk versus Hulk.
Peak AoE 2. If you're...
And Hera once again has the sail changing Hulks.
Indeed. You would go Metadarm if your opponent is going to quick wall because you try and hit them before they have quick walls ready. Or you idle them so much by causing them to quick wall that you can follow up and just have a much more efficient economy behind it.
Oh, I wonder if I could fix the Hulk sail thing in the map scripts.
I mean, it's going to be patched in soon, right?
Yeah, but like who knows when the patch is going to be, right?
That's true.
The devs don't even know when they release their own patches.
That's also very true. Is Hulk opening meta? So you don't want to open galleys because you don't have that much room to run around and the rush distance is quite short. You would open fire ships because they tank the docks the best and they kill fishing ships very fast. But they die to Hulks, so you
Captured
get
by Hulks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's how you arrive at the decision that both players go Hulks. Anyway,
Yeah.
Harris can click up the
It's
gaslight
like,
soon.
yeah. Yeah, you do a fire opening usually if you are with a timing advantage.
Yeah.
Well, like say Classic Pro were to fast castle and Hera were going just a feudal opening, he could open fires then because they do the most damage to the docks and they're the hardest to deal with if you're still in the Dark Age and needing to move your fish around. Hulks kind of die to dock fire, and galleys also don't want to get underneath the dock. So the fires are just the best at getting under the dock and destroying the docks.
Exactly. But yeah, unfortunately for Classic Pro, Hera has just gone with the safest possible opening, and
it would be safe if he were walled. It would be safe if he were walled, Ornlu. But he's not walled. He's going for a market.
No.
He's gonna get that just in time, isn't he?
Oh!
Oh no, the scout! He turns to fight the scout.
Okay.
The army's in.
Hera should not lose this game. I mean, he basically had literally the perfect response. That said, this is kind of a fail. I mean, it's just really a fail.
Yeah, right. Like he was just a split second away from getting the market up. He had the right idea, it just didn't do it in time. And he's gonna market trap the. No, he's not. The Man-at-Arms once again stops the market. Classic Pro might get a Vil. Hera's gonna dance. Yep, archers can't hit Vils and DE. There we go.
There's
a Vil. Now Hera's doing his market wall.
Now Hera is totally fine. He's going to hit Castle Age. He's going to have archers with Bodkin. I mean, this just feels like the peak DE player, right? Archers, Bodkin timing, much faster Castle Age.
Yep. But you know what that attack did? It did mean Classic Pro could stay feudal more, or for longer, and click up to the Castle Age, because now Hera's army is back at his base walking across the map instead of already forward in a position where it would stop these walls from Classic Pro. Classic Pro has time to wall up, and the Bodkin crossbows won't be there immediately.
Yeah, the issue is, though, if you guys have ever run into this on the ladder, the situation where it's like, okay, what do you do when these archers do show up? The palisade walls don't work. You don't have an army that can fight them. You're a minute and a half away from the Castle Age. You're not even going to win on the water.
Also, Classic Pro doesn't have that sheep. Somehow one sheep is in his unscattered black area.
Oh. Awkward. Anyway, at the
Also
very
on
least,
water,
you do have our good friend John Swordsman. Jonathan S.
on
Man.
water, though. Over to the left, we have the Warhulks. Getting pushed back immediately by Classic Pro, who still had enough numbers to do that. He'll do a forward dock.
Yeah, Hera will be fine. It's just a matter of making sure you wait for all your reinforcements to come in.
Also, Hera's someone who knows about how forging works for Hulks.
We can't say anymore, but it was a joke that was exclusively for my ears, and I appreciated it.
Oh, nice market from Classic Pro.
Oh.
Hera will zigzag around it, though.
Oh, if there was a full wall there, then that would have been good. But alas.
And Hera might find the sheep.
Wake up, sheeple, says Hera. Oh, that Vil was not in the right place at the right time. More skirm upgrades coming in, but now we're in my favorite position in all of AoE 2, which is one player is making skirmishers with a worse economy.
Skirmishers that will defend against the crossbows, though. We all know skirms are the best unit in the game, Ornlu. Don't be hating on the skirm.
That is very true. But now you've invested so many resources into this. You have 6 villagers on food as Classic Pro. Hera is only +1 in the villagers killed, but what he has is complete control of the water on the right side. And on the left side, he has the advantage, so I'm struggling to see where Classic Pro is going to get an advantage himself this game. Now, of course, a Mangonel trade can certainly turn everything, but I mean, Hera's already got the Monastery and Siege Workshop.
Oh, the lions, though, Ornlu. The lions, 2 lions chasing after 1 crossbow.
Oh, boy.
Hera, as he always does, is going to group his armies up in time. Alright, the lion got a bite.
I mean, Hera also has the better eco grants. It just feels like Hera is able to do literally everything he wants this game. It's like, he's able to have water presence, he's able to hit his very strong timing on the land, he's able to get the Monastery and Siege Workshop, and he's able to get eco upgrades.
Ooh, there's a skirm getting hit.
Like, if I'm Classic Pro, I'm just trying to think, how does he get an advantage in this game?
Oh, I was afraid Hera would make Nell's up.
Yeah,
there,
me too.
no,
But
Hera.
he's good. He's good. He's good. Oh, jeez.
That's not doubt.
I mean, you could kill like 7 villagers right now as Classic Pro, which feels like it's not going to happen, and I'd still significantly favor Hera's position. Hera only
See, no more
23
holes
seconds
in
left.
Hera's walls, right? I think he's fine.
Yeah, Hera's fine. Hera also has 3 relics already, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, he nearly lost last game when he had double the villagers of his opponent, but this is like... This just goes to show that Hera is playing this game nearly flawless. The only mistake he made was with the market not being there sooner, and he still recovered from it about as well as you could ask for.
Yeah. Right, that's not even like a huge mistake. Like macro wise, he's still doing the right decision. It's just slight execution by a couple of seconds.
Exactly. Floats are going to snipe some fishing ships, which, you know, is a good thing in general for Classic Pro, but Hera is going to have his 3rd TC. And he's got...
Oh, Mangonel in the middle.
Oh, I looked away at the wrong time there.
Yeah, you looked away at the right time. You don't want to see that.
Oh, jeez. Well, he gets
Classic Pro gets a Mangonel.
He gets 1 Mangonel there. He gets 2. But now you're going to run into the fishing ship issue. One might even call it a fishu. 8 fishing ships and with 5 more waiting in the wings. Also, come on, I liked fishu. That was a good one. Nice.
I didn't get it.
Sadness. Losing a mango? Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Monk there is going to get sniped. Relic going to fall to the left as it should. Hera's going to get another relic in, though. At this point, Hera's just dotting his I's and crossing his T's.
I gotta do both of those every time I write my name.
Yes, you do. I don't have an I. I just have T's. Wait, no, I do. I have an I in my last name. Okay, so if I write my full name...
Yeah. Do you do a double T cross for the Matthew?
Yeah, I always have.
Okay, so you don't do individual crosses, you do double cross.
Yeah, I just do the double cross. Even, like, if I'm not signing something, even in my print, I always did a double cross.
So Ornlu, we're a strong supporter of font ligatures.
You bet I am. Or something.
So Imp on the way for Hera.
Gee, this is so insanely one-sided, man.
Italian's good on hybrid maps.
And it's a
So
great Hera
I don't know.
too.
I don't know how you feel about the water balance, but I feel that on hybrid maps, they are significantly worse in the new water balance. Like, significantly.
Yeah, I tend to feel like, in general, it's better by a little bit in a long game with lots of ships, but in these sorts of small numbers of ships situations where you're just fighting to get a little bit of a fish boom, it feels not good.
I feel like even in the long game situation, the lack of demo ships means maybe you see more ship variety, but it's less fun.
I don't know. Late game demo ships were not very fun to me. It just felt like inevitable. Hera could literally lose all 3 of those Mangonels for free and still be in an unlosable position, guys.
It's been fun on maps like Tafiti.
Yes.
There are still maps that are interesting enough that you can go for water. But I think that like previously interesting maps kind of lose some of their flavor in the new water.
Like what? Kawasan?
I mean I was never a big fan of Kawasan before, but I definitely would not want to see it now.
Well, I guess I just never liked those maps in the first place in any situation, so... I guess I would never be
That's
satisfied.
an interesting map type because it didn't really exist in AOC.
Yeah, just like a tiny pond map.
Yeah, those were basically Cross was a custom map. And here come the Jin swordsman, as Hera's up to imp just in time to take a fight and maybe do Bracer. He gets Bracer and Chemistry can kill the skirms too. Extra armor for the Italians, also helping out the crossbowmen.
Yeah,
That one Jin swordsman has to kill 2 mangonels. Maybe he'll do it.
Oh, with the mode change, he got the extra attack he needed.
And Monk's there for Classic Pro, but they'll be picked off by Hera. Hera says, I don't care about skirms, I have extra armor. I'll do Bracer, Thumbring, Arbalest. Not even doing Chemistry. That's the one of the times you actually do click Arbalest instead of Chemistry is because it researches faster.
Yeah.
So there are rare occasions you might go for Arb first.
Also, he didn't have a university.
That also explains it.
You know.
But even if he did, I think Arb there
Yeah, it's totally
still has a
justifiable.
reason. Yeah, so against the Arbs, tower defense from Classic Pro, it's just to slow down the Arbs so they can't push you an early imp. And guard tower because watchtower, not enough.
You don't even have a hill
Stables
to
from
build
Hera.
the watchtower on, though, when you advance to the feudal age.
I mean, it is on a hill compared to the water.
I guess. That's like saying that because I live in Illinois, I live in like a mountainous plateau.
Can we look at the ecos? Well, lots of farming eco on the inside for Classic Pro. Kind of running out of gold, though. He has a gold over to his right that he does know is there. Would need to maybe wall off a bit more to save it. Could use the reeds. Trying to expand to the middle. This is kind of Gold Rush-esque with some golds in the middle. But even the Gen Swordsman now against the Imperial Age Archers, not going to have a chance.
Yep, and Hera's going to go to his favorite composition of Arbalest plus Light Cavoon. Italians are a very good Hera civ. All about timings, broad tech tree, Arb, Hussar, Bombard Cannon.
Yep. And he still has gold left in the back, still has wood left in the back too. So he doesn't even need to control the middle yet.
Ballistics is going to come in after Chemistry.
Why are so many people lamenting the nerf to demos? Because demos are kind of useless now. They are absolutely useless. They used to be good situations where you would go demos against fires or maybe have demos against land units. But since demos now require a separate upgrade and their cost was changed and their stats were nerfed, they received the triple nerf. That kind of leaves them completely useless. And demos ships were, I think, by far the most fun part. Maybe not of late game, but at least of early game water. Getting a good hit on feudal
most
units
exciting.
gave you something exciting.
The most exciting as a viewer by far. Hulks are not very exciting by comparison. Hera just now adding some transport ships, but again, Hera could do basically anything at this point and win the game.
Adding transport ships. Yeah, I guess he wants to go for the stone,
Yeah,
maybe.
gonna go for
he
the
wants to
stones.
do castles or Genoese crossbows.
Yeah, I mean, do whatever you want, man.
You go for the transport ship rush.
Remember when we did all that testing of Sicilian transport ships and if they made a good meat shield on water?
And then they changed it.
Yeah, like a couple weeks after or something.
Yeah. I did see a transport ship rush once years ago. I think it was Jordan, and he did it because he was Dravidians trying to make Therissidae, and he didn't know his hotkeys, and he made like 20 transports.
Oh, that's good. Crop rotation coming in for Hera because sure, why not?
Why not? Needs to convert some of those Gen Swordsmen.
I mean, Gen Swordsmen are such a bad unit in Imperial Age. Like, the unit was bad in Imperial Age at launch, and now the unit just got nerfs across the board because for some reason they just refused to make elite upgrades for the Three Kingdoms civs.
Yeah, and then there's the GGs from Classic Pro, but getting a single win against Hera, that's got to be on probably the most standard of maps, probably the best outcome Classic Pro could have hoped for.
Indeed, and I still wouldn't want to take anything away from him that he still played well overall. I mean, yeah, you ran into Hera, but that Crownwood game was really impressive, and I do not think he will be a free win at all for whoever he's up against, because that was the last game, the last series of the week.
Yep. And when does the next let's check the
Sato.
schedule? When do the next When did the next sets start?
Oh, no. Thursday, maybe? May 14th.
Let's check the
Yes,
calendar.
Thursday.
Today is the 10th, so that gives me some time to fix maps if I need to. I honestly, the maps have been pretty good.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm worried about is something I'm not gonna be able to fix for Cenotes due to how random it is.
Yeah, certainly possible.
But I think I'm happy where stuff is. I might want to add a few more flavors to the theming of Black Forest, but other than that, I am more than happy with everything.
Yeah, good job, man. Well, I'm
Which
going to
was
head off for the day.
impressive.
Thanks to
Because of how
the...
little time we had.
Yeah. Thanks to the
All right, thank
casting,
you,
man. It was a
Ornlu,
lot
for
of
the
fun.
co-cast.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
All right, see you later. Oh, wait, AoE time or real time until the next games? How much AoE time is it until Thursday?
Whatever... 48 hours... No, 48 hours. 86 hours times... 96 hours times... 1.7.
Yeah, so in-game, that's, well, 122.4 hours. Now, give me that in years.
How many hours in a year?
Yeah.
8,760.
So we gotta, like, what, multiply by 6? No, AoE 2 years. So, like, multiply by
Oh.
60. And then what's, like, a year is what, 5 minutes? Or 5 seconds in-game?
It's 3 in-game seconds, I thought.
Divided by 3? So, 146,880 years.
There we go.
I don't know if that's accurate.
Well, I need to take Dash out, so I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, see you later, Ornlu.
Bye.
Let's end the combined chat.
Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.